You recognized me? Yang Kai scratched his cheek, feeling a little frustrated that his prank failed. Hua Qingxi rolled her eyes. I didn't think of it before because of how sudden it was, but looking closely at you now, I can still see some traces. And, when she heard Yang Kai's voice just now, Hua Qingxi was able to recognize him in an instant. After returning the 5-colored spear to her, Yang Kai said proudly with his hands on his waist, Don't I look handsome? Hua Qingxi responded, A little fiercer. Fierce is good. Yang Kai laughed. What secret technique is this? Why haven't you used it before? Hua Qingxi asked curiously. During my recent retreat, this was a gain I encountered by chance while immersing myself in my cultivation. Yang Kai looked pleased with himself. Hua Qingxi curled her lip. It's obvious that Zhu Qing was the one who taught you. So what do you need from me? Yang Kai dispersed the dragon transformation secret technique and restored his original appearance. But the clothes on his body had become tattered. Since his body suddenly doubled in size, it was only natural that his clothes would be stretched and broken. Hua Qingxi ignored this entirely and just handed over 2 space rings to him. The source crystals from Fire Dragon Palace and Full Sky Sect have arrived. Yang Kai waved his hand casually. Keep them. We can just get the funds from there when the sect has any needs in the future. Hua Qingxi was now the head manager of High Heaven Palace. Even though Yang Kai had already given her quite a lot of source crystals last time, it wasn't that much considering he had some 2 billion high-rank source crystals in storage. With so much wealth stashed away, High Heaven Palace would not have to worry about cultivation resources for at least the next 50 years. Good. Hua Qingxi nodded and put away the rings again. Also, Grandmaster Ji is here and wants to see you. Oh? Brother Ji is back so soon. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. After some thought he said, I'll go and change. Tell him to wait a moment. Hua Qingxi left with her orders while Yang Kai went back to his room and changed into a new set of clothes, wondering whether he should buy an artifact armor or not. He did not need an extra defensive artifact, but if he was going to keep using the dragon transformation, having clothes that would adjust to his size when his body swelled would be useful. Artifact armor was generally incredibly sturdy and flexible, far more so than ordinary robes. Inside High Heaven Palace's main hall, Jiying sat while glancing out from time to time, looking anxious. Hua Qingxi was accompanying him. A short while later, a figure came in from outside. It was Yang Kai. Brother Yang. Jiying quickly stood up. Yang Kai greeted him with a big smile. Brother Ji, you've arrived so quickly. Are you ready to stay in my High Heaven Palace and refine pills? Jiying smiled bitterly. My apologies, but I may have to postpone this matter. Yang Kai's heart sank. Could it be the great emperor? Jiying shook his head. Honored Master did not comment much on this matter, but instead showed interest in you and asked me to tell you to visit Medicine Pill Valley when you are free. The great emperor wants to see me? Yang Kai turned serious. Jiying smiled. Please don't worry. Honored Master is just interested in exchanging ideas about alchemy with you, since you were able to beat me in a match. This was just modesty, as the wondrous Pill Great Emperor was an existence beyond mere emperor alchemists. So even if Yang Kai had excellent alchemy skills, what sort of ideas could he exchange with him? The wondrous Pill Great Emperor obviously just wanted to give Yang Kai a few pointers, and that was why he said things in such a roundabout way. Yang Kai respected that. Even though he had never met the wondrous Pill Great Emperor before, this invitation alone was enough for Yang Kai to feel that this great emperor was easily approachable. But of course, the prerequisite was Yang Kai having enough ability. After all, a great emperor wasn't a character that just anyone could meet. The great emperor is generous. This Yang is filled with gratitude. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Jiying smiled. Honored Master says that it was fate that you found third senior brother's legacy. So it is yours now. Please help me give my thanks to the great emperor. Yang Kai nodded. He had expected this result as it was naturally impossible for the wondrous Pill Great Emperor to be petty enough to deny him this inheritance given his status and identity. Jiying then turned solemn. This Ji came bearing an order from my honored master and has a rather presumptuous request to make. Yang Kai said, Since it is an order from the great emperor, please speak freely, Brother Ji. Jiying explained. Could I trouble Brother Yang to accompany me to retrieve the bones of my third senior brother, so they may be buried in Medicine Pill Valley? Yang Kai raised his brows and nodded. Naturally. Senior Gong's son Mo's last wish was to return to Medicine Pill Valley, so I'm sure he must be smiling now that it has been fulfilled. Many thanks, Brother Yang. I remember hearing from Brother Yang previously that third senior brother passed away in the Southern Territory. Is that right? That's right. At the Southern Territory's Yuan Furnace Mountain. I remember the place. It's a long journey to the Southern Territory, so we should not delay, shall we? Jiying inquired. Only, I'm wondering if Brother Yang has any other matters to take care of before we depart? Yang Kai smiled. I barely have any disciples in my high heaven palace right now, so what matters would I need to take care of? Since Brother Ji is in a hurry, let us depart now. He was originally planning to return to the Southern Territory anyway, so this was quite convenient for Yang Kai. As for Zhu Qing's request for him to remain here, he didn't pay it any heed at all. Yang Kai didn't inform the three monster kings either, as he could even kill a third-order Emperor Realm Master now, so there weren't many people who could threaten his life in this world. There was naturally no need to have the three monster kings accompany him. When Yang Kai brought Jiying to the space array, 2,000 Leaves sect disciples guarding the place immediately greeted him with respect. Greetings, Palace Master. Did Manager Hua tell you to keep watch here? Yang Kai looked at the two of them. The slightly older Thousand Leaves sect disciple responded respectfully. Yes. Manager Hua has taken great care of us and also posted many tasks to us at Thousand Leaves Peak. Junior brother and I were lucky enough to take on the task of guarding the space array in exchange for some contribution points. Good. Yang Kai nodded. If anything happens, send a message to Manager Hua immediately. Yes. Yang Kai was very satisfied with Hua Qingxi's arrangements. No matter what, this was still an important place. There wasn't a single person guarding the space array the last time Yang Kai came over, so he quickly reminded Hua Qingxi about it, and sure enough, a round-the-clock guard had been established. The 2,000 Leaves sect disciples didn't recognize Jiying, but if they knew that he was a direct disciple of the wondrous pill Great Emperor, their eyes would surely have popped out of their sockets. Brother Yang, where does this array lead to? Jiying asked curiously as he stood on the array, watching Yang Kai set down source crystals on the grooves. Brother Ji will find out soon enough. Yang Kai smiled, his vague answer making Jiying even more curious. Brace yourself now, Brother Ji. Yang Kai suddenly cautioned Jiying. Jiying failed to stifle his laughter. Even though he was an alchemist, he was still a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so what could a trivial space array do to him? Unless it was that kind of super long-distance cross-territory teleportation. Thinking so, Jiying had a start. Before he could recover from his surprise, though, his vision was filled with white light, and a bout of dizziness washed over him. By the time Jiying recovered, he found Yang Kai standing beside him, looking at him with an amused face. Jiying shook his head, still feeling dizzy, but his face was filled with shock. Cross-territory teleportation? Ordinary space arrays couldn't affect him in such a way. He had also been on space arrays countless times, and he never felt anything no matter how far he traveled on them, but this time he was left extremely dizzy, so it was easy to imagine just how far they had traveled. Indeed. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Jiying was shocked. How could there be a cross-territory space array in High Heaven Palace? High Heaven Palace was originally Seeking Passion Sect, and Jiying had visited there many times in the past. If Seeking Passion Sect had a cross-territory space array, it was impossible that Jiying would not know of it. It had to be known that cross-territory space arrays were extremely precious treasures, and only a few of them still existed in the entire star boundary. What's more, they were all in the hands of the sects of great emperors. These few space arrays were all relics from ancient times. Right now, practically nobody could arrange a cross-territory space array in the star boundary. Jiying was naturally shocked. Yang Kai did not answer, only smiling as he motioned. Let's go. Jiying followed Yang Kai and flew alongside him. After looking around, he was shocked again. A small sealed world? Yang Kai smiled. Brother Ji has good eyes. Indeed, this is a small world that was originally the foundation of Thousand Leaves sect, but I have taken over it now. Jing sighed. Ah, what a pity. It wasn't Yongkai taking over the small world that was a pity, but rather that the grade of this small world was not high enough. Even though the world energy here was serviceable, it wasn't at the level of a true cultivation paradise yet. If the world energy here were just a little denser, then it would be possible to grow some rare spirit medicines here, developing it into a medicine garden. Cultivating spirit medicines in small worlds like these was very safe, and as an emperor alchemist, Jing would always consider things from the perspective of an alchemist. A short time later, the two of them arrived before another space array, the one that led out of this small sealed world. After activating the space array, Yongkai and Jing immediately appeared inside Thousand Leaves sect. This used to be Thousand Leaves sect's foundation, but unfortunately, the sect was raised more than a year ago. Yongkai explained while looking at the dilapidated scenery. Jing nodded lightly and asked, "So, this is the Southern Territory, right?" Since Yongkai used the cross-territory space array, it naturally brought him directly to the Southern Territory. Good. Yongkai nodded and turned to him. I hope Brother Ji can keep the matter of this space array a secret. Jing was stunned for a moment, but he soon promised solemnly, Rest assured, Brother Yang. This Ji isn't the type to run his mouth to others. Yongkai smiled. It's nothing that serious. If the great emperor asks, then Brother Ji can inform him. Jing was grateful. Many thanks, Brother Yang. After all, he originally estimated that a round trip from the Northern Territory to the Southern Territory would take at least a year, so if he suddenly returned in just a few days, then Jing really wouldn't know how to answer if his honored master were to ask how. Yongkai was clearly thinking for his sake. Let's go. I'll take you to Yuan Furnace Mountain. Yongkai flew out first. Yuan Furnace Mountain was not close to Thousand Leaves sect, so it would take at least 3 to 5 days for the pair to fly there. However, since both of them were emperors with rich backgrounds, there was naturally no need for them to rest halfway there. Yongkai remembered that Yuan Furnace Mountain was located near Maplewood City, on the border of Raging Fire Temple. Back in those days, Raging Fire Temple was an untouchable existence for Yongkai because he was only in the Origin King realm back then, while they had a Dao Source Realm Master assuming command. But now, a trivial Raging Fire Temple could hardly even be compared to a hair on Yongkai's head. After a decade, most of the people whom he needed to look up to were now prostrated at his feet. So, this is Yuan Furnace Mountain? Jing asked in surprise as he looked at the mountain peak that was almost completely collapsed. Traces of the old Yuan Furnace Mountain were almost nowhere to be seen as only dark red rubble remained in its place. Naturally the result of the erupting magma. Yongkai nodded. This is where I received Senior Gong Sun Mu's inheritance back then. Originally, his cave mansion was located at the bottom of the mountain. Unfortunately, the surge of earth fire beneath caused lava to erupt, destroying the place. It was with the earth fire's help that Lu Yen was able to obtain strength comparable to the Dao Source realm back then. I was too weak back then and was unable to give Senior Gong Sun Mu a proper burial, so I had only managed to bury him hastily. However, quite clearly, what I did to Senior was shameful. Yongkai sighed. Brother Yang need not mind. It is all thanks to Brother Yang that third senior brother is able to return to Medicine Pill Valley now. He would surely be grateful to know this deed you have done for him, so how could he fuss over such trivialities? Jing consoled him. Yongkai told him, Senior's burial place is quite far underground. Let us clean up a little first. At once, the two of them used their own means to excavate the site. They were both Emperor Realm Masters, so their strength was enough to move mountains and flip seas. As such, it did not take long before the half of Yuan Furnace Mountain that was left behind was removed. The pair then found a spot each and began digging into the ground. At the same time, they spread out their divine senses to search thoroughly. It wasn't until a whole day later that Yongkai suddenly discovered that he had gotten the direction wrong. He turned and dug towards his left-hand side, while sending a message via divine sense to Jing at the same time. In just a short while, Jing flew down into the hole that Yongkai had dug, stopping next to him and asking, Did you find something? You should search in that direction. Yang Kai pointed to a direction and said. Jiying immediately used his divine sense to search in that direction, and after a few moments, he wore a solemn look on his face and nodded. It's really there. He was clearly able to find a skeleton buried in the ground in that direction. Now that they had located the skeleton, everything else was much easier. Holding the myriad sword in hand, Yang Kai channeled his Emperor Qi slightly. Wherever the blade passed, the hard stone was ground into dust by the astonishing energy fluctuations, allowing the pair to pass through quickly. An incense stick of time later, they finally arrived at Gongsun Mu's burial place. Jiying went forward and carefully removed the dirt near the bones, revealing a white skeleton. Third senior brother, this is junior brother Jiying. By order of honored master, I've come to bring you home. Jiying solemnly cupped his fists at the skeleton before approaching it. He took out a jade coffin that he had prepared and laid it down before he kneeled and picked up Gongsun Mu's remains piece by piece, placing them into the coffin. It did not take long before he was done picking up the bones, after which Jiying sealed the coffin and returned it to his space ring. Now that this is done, this Ji has to return to the Northern Territory to report back to honored master. What are Brother Yang's plans? Jiying looked at Yang Kai and asked. I still have some matters to attend to here, Yang Kai said. But it's nothing important. I will send Brother Ji back first. Jiying laughed. Since Brother Yang has business to attend to, then this Ji will not trouble you. This Ji remembers the way back, so it will be fine for me to go alone. Yang Kai said, You may remember the route back, but you won't be able to activate the space array. Why not? Jiying was surprised. What space array was there in this world that he could not activate? Yang Kai briefly explained, I have added a restriction to the cross-territory space array so that no one will be able to activate it without me. Such a thing can be done? Jiying was amazed. To be able to tamper with a cross-territory space array was not something even an ordinary great emperor would be able to achieve, so how was Yang Kai able to do it? Jiying had no idea that this cross-territory space array had been arranged by Yang Kai to begin with. Here, take this. With this, you'll be able to activate the array. Yang Kai took out a token and handed it to Jiying. It was the transmission token that he had especially refined and held his unique space principle fluctuations. Jiying accepted it and promised solemnly, Please rest assured, Brother Yang. Once I return to High Heaven Palace, I will be sure to return this token to Manager Hua. The value of this token could not be underestimated as it was essentially a pass that allowed a person to travel directly from the Northern Territory to the Southern Territory. This was an extremely precious treasure, so Jiying naturally did not dare to keep it for himself. The way Yang Kai was able to pass him this item proved how much he trusted in his character and was a sign of his respect. Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand, however. No need. Since Brother Ji is now my High Heaven Palace's chief alchemist, Brother Ji is qualified to possess this transmission token. It will also be easier for you if you ever need to visit the Southern Territory in the future. Jiying was moved and cupped his fists. In that case, many thanks, Brother Yang. Please rest assured. This Ji will return to High Heaven Palace as soon as third senior brother's matters are dealt with. When Brother Yang returns to High Heaven Palace, the dragon blood pills will already have been refined. I would have forgotten if you had not mentioned that. Yang Kai grinned. Then I will have to trouble you, Brother Ji. Above Yuan Furnace Mountain, the two cupped fists and said their farewells, going their separate ways. Only after Ji Ying's figure disappeared from his view did Yang Kai turn around and look in a certain direction. Maplewood City. It seemed like he had not returned even once since he left, and that was many years ago. Technically speaking, Maplewood City was Yang Kai's first stopover after arriving in the Star Boundary, and it was here that he met his first friend. Now, on his trip back to Maplewood City, his main intention was to see how the place had changed, and secondly to do some shopping. After performing the dragon transformation secret technique, his body would swell in size and rip apart his clothes. So Yang Kai became interested in buying a good artifact armor. Moreover, his store of space spirit crystals and space spirit jade was almost exhausted. These were essentially materials for arranging space arrays, and as the saying went, even the cleverest woman could not cook a meal without rice. Xianxia's plan was to connect the 4 territories of the star boundary using cross-territory space arrays. Once this was finished, the disciples of High Heaven Palace would be able to go wherever they wanted. Not only would it make it convenient for the disciples to go out and train, but it would also be a great advantage to High Heaven Palace when it came to purchasing cultivation resources. The price of materials differed greatly in different territories. Some materials may be expensive in one region, but extremely cheap in another. Many nimble-witted cultivators would risk their lives traveling to and from each territory, buying and selling goods and making a lot of profit. If Xianxia's idea could be realized, then it would have an irreplaceable effect on the future development of High Heaven Palace. Flying ahead at a leisurely pace, Xianxia inexplicably felt as if he were returning to his hometown in full glory, and he couldn't help but laugh at himself. Even though Maplewood City was not his hometown, his feelings were not wrong either. When he left Maplewood City back then, he was not very strong, only a first-order Dao Source realm, but now he was an Emperor Realm Master that was looked up to by many. Yuan Furnace Mountain was not too far away from Maplewood City. When Kong Si Ran brought Xianxia to Yuan Furnace Mountain back then, it had only taken a few days, but now Xianxia's strength had increased dramatically, so he was naturally much faster than before. After flying forward for half a day, Xianxia could faintly catch a glimpse of Maplewood City. What's more, there was another city just a short distance away that was no smaller than Maplewood City. Spirit Lake Palace. Xianxia suddenly remembered. This Spirit Lake Palace had been born because of him. Originally, there was no Spirit Lake Palace outside of Maplewood City, but one day, 18 Spirit Springs suddenly appeared here and began gushing out world energy, directly forming a giant spiritual lake at this place. The matter alarmed all of the top sects in the Southern Territory, and even Star Soul Palace stepped in during the event. But nobody could monopolize this heavenly creation. Finally, after much discussion, the top sects of the Southern Territory took the lead in building Spirit Lake Palace on top of the Spirit Lake, creating cultivation rooms that were separated into several grades, namely Heaven, Earth, and Mortal. The Southern Territory's cultivators cultivated in these rooms as much as they could, for a modest amount of source crystals, of course. The profits from this business were then divided among the top sects in the Southern Territory. Xianxia's embodiment's current weapon, the demonic warhammer, was found by Xianxia beneath Spirit Lake Palace. He fought a great battle with an ancient great demon's remnant spirit there at the time to seize this weapon. Spirit Lake Palace had now become a landmark in the Southern Territory, its abundant world energy attracting many cultivators, as such a fine place to cultivate could not be found just anywhere. The heaven-grade cultivation rooms in Spirit Lake Palace were not much worse compared to the cultivation rooms of those top sects, and were the best choice for cultivators looking to break through their bottlenecks. Countless cultivators who have been stuck at the peak of their current realms for many years would spend huge amounts of source crystals in order to enter Spirit Lake Palace to cultivate, all in the hopes of achieving a breakthrough inside. In the past few years, some people really managed to succeed at this, resulting in their strength soaring. However, most ended up losing their money without gaining anything in return. This was a huge gamble. Cultivators would gamble away all of their wealth for a chance to advance on the martial Dao, but more often than not they would fall short, losing everything. Even so, the number of cultivators that visited each year only rose in numbers, never falling. The most numerous mortal-grade and earth-grade cultivation rooms could not meet the public's needs, however, so cultivators had to wait for a long time in the queue if they wanted to make use of these cultivation rooms. As for the heaven-grade cultivation rooms, not everyone was qualified to enter them. If one wished to cultivate in these heaven-grade rooms, then not only did they have to shell out enough source crystals, they also needed some inside connections to put in a good word for them. On the other hand, many of the disciples from the Southern Territory's top sects came to Spirit Lake Palace's heaven-grade cultivation rooms to enter retreat. The revenue that Spirit Lake Palace brought in each year was counted in the hundreds of millions. The existence of Spirit Lake Palace had gathered the attention of not only the cultivators of the entire Southern Territory, but even cultivators from other territories that were willing to travel millions of kilometers just to take advantage of the situation. With the increase in population, more and more buildings were constructed around Spirit Lake Palace, and after a few years, a new city had been formed. Maplewood City, which was just a short distance away, also benefited from the existence of Spirit Lake Palace. Back then, the world energy in Maplewood City was thin, and the cultivators living here were slow to improve. The strongest cultivator back then was City Lord Duan Yuanshan, and he was only in the second-order Dado Source realm. The pair of Vice City Lords and the patriarchs of the major families were only in the first-order Dao Source realm. But now, the world energy in Maplewood City had already become very dense, almost on par with other top-tier cities in the star boundary. As a result, the population in Maplewood City exploded and the city naturally flourished. Emperor Realm Masters were no longer a rare sight in Maplewood City, as many of them lived in Maplewood City year-round, unlike before where it would depend on one's luck whether they could witness the majesty of an Emperor Realm Master or not. Spirit Lake Palace was too small. Unfortunately, so many people who couldn't find a place to settle down there would make a temporary stop at Maplewood City. The distance between the two cities was not that great anyway, so it was convenient to make round trips between the two. The changes in Spirit Lake Palace and Maplewood City were new and fresh to Xianxia, who was curiously surveying the two mutually coordinating twin cities at the moment. There was a look of astonishment in his eyes, because no matter where he looked, there were tides of people walking shoulder to shoulder in either city. Xianxia could feel how prosperous the two cities were despite being more than 1,000 kilometers away from them. It seemed like Maplewood City really had changed, and it made him wonder how the Qin family was doing right now. Back then, the Qin family was still considered a pretty large power in Maplewood City, even having a Dao Source Realm cultivator assuming command. But in the current situation, Dao Source Realm was clearly nothing to brag about. Xianxia's myriad sword came from the Qin family, and he had an agreement with Qin Zhaoyang that he would return it to Qin Yu whenever she ascended to the Emperor Realm. The 7 points black tortoise formation that he imparted to the disciples of Iceheart Valley was also one of the Qin family's secret inheritances. It could be said that although Xianxia did not receive much direct help from the Qin family along his path, he owed them many favors. Naturally, he had to go and visit them on this trip back to Maplewood City. There was also Ruoshi's family that he should visit, and since he was back in the Southern Territory, Xianxia also had to pay a visit to the Azure Sun Temple. No matter what, he was an in-name disciple of Azure Sun Temple, and even had one of their core disciple tokens. Xianxia also remembered the request Senior Tianyan had made to him, and now that he had found the flesh incarnation fruit and several adjuvant herbs to go along with it, he could refine the flesh incarnation pill. Then, Xianxia would be able to get Tianyan out of the divine ascension mirror and help him mold a physical body. Tianyan was a great emperor-level existence. So once he possessed his own physical body and was able to walk around the star boundary, High Heaven Palace would gain a great patron in the future. Just as Xianxia was planning out his trip, a stream of light suddenly shot over from the front at great speed. Immediately after that, another cluster of lights appeared. Several figures could faintly be seen inside those streams. From the looks of it, this seems to be a chase. However, the stream at the front was only one person while there was a whole group behind him. All of these people were emitting Dao Source Realm auras. But Xianxia didn't concern himself with this incident. This kind of thing could often be seen in the star boundary. Whether it be due to benefits or grudges, numerous people were killed each day. Even Xianxia himself had been chased who knows how many times in the process of his growth, surviving each time to reach his current height. The fleeing light seemed to be in a panic and was rushing straight over to Xianxia. Xianxia frowned slightly, not knowing whether the other party was trying to drag him into their misfortune, but he couldn't be bothered to involve himself in something like this. Without even changing direction, he greeted the stream of light head-on. Since all these people were merely Dao Source Realm cultivators, he had no need to give way. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia had arrived 1,000 meters away from the lead stream of light. After taking a closer look though, Xianxia could faintly see some curves in the figure hidden inside the light, indicating it was a woman. When he saw her face though, he couldn't help exclaiming in surprise and stopping. The woman in front clearly noticed Xianxia as well, and her beautiful eyes were stunned at first before changing to pleasant surprise immediately after. Xianxia! Xianxia smiled. Fate really does bring us together often, Protector Bien. I trust you've been well since we last met. This woman actually turned out to be a familiar face. Blue Feather Sex Protector, Bien Yuqing. When he and Lu Xianyun first arrived in the star boundary, They were caught by Blue Feather Sect's Ko Wu and later ended up taking refuge under Bian Yuqing. They stayed in Blue Feather Sect for some time until the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's descendant, Wu Mengchuan, escaped from prison and went on a killing spree, giving the pair a chance to escape. Bian Yuqing, on the other hand, happened to be out on business at the time, escaping Wu Mengchuan's ruthless hands. She later joined his ranks as his subordinate to do his bidding. After that, the two of them bumped into each other again outside the Four Seasons realm. Thinking about it that way, the reason why Wu Mengchuan was able to enter the Shattered Star Sea was that Bian Yuqing obtained a star seal from the Four Seasons realm. The reason she went to the Four Seasons realm with Ko Wu last time was likely Wu Mengchuan's orders to find a star seal. Unfortunately for Wu Mengchuan, Yang Kai had turned the tables on him when he tried to act against him in the Shattered Star Sea, ultimately resulting in Wu Mengchuan's death while allowing the heaven-devouring battle law that his embodiment cultivated to be perfect. It seemed that all these causes and consequences were predetermined from the very first day Yang Kai entered the Blue Feather Sect. As all these thoughts flashed past Yang Kai's mind, Bian Yuqing had already arrived in front of Yang Kai and gritted her teeth. "How come it's you?" Yang Kai grinned. "Protector Bian seems quite disappointed to see me." Bian Yuqing responded, "I thought I could throw my troubles onto someone else. But since it's you, this is not the place to speak. Let's escape first." She actually admitted her purpose of flying over quite readily, which took Yang Kai by surprise, and even as she spoke, she had already flown past Yang Kai. When she flew out and did not see any movements from Yang Kai though, she quickly stopped again and urged him, "Quickly run! What are you waiting for?" Yang Kai remained as still as a mountain though, and stared at the sword wound on Bian Yuqing's abdomen, frowning. "What grievances do you have with those people? Why are they trying to kill you? Has a donkey kicked you in the head? You still have the heart to ask me this." Bian Yuqing was already feeling anxious, and now Yang Kai was just standing there without moving, which looked no different to her than courting death. She knew that Yang Kai was a cultivator from the lower star fields and had outstanding cultivation that improved at a rapid rate, but how many years had it been since she last saw him? She did not think Yang Kai could grow even stronger than her in terms of cultivation already. She was no match for her pursuers, so how could Yang Kai best them? While they were speaking, the clusters of lights had already closed to a distance of 3 kilometers, and a stern voice shouted out to them, "Bitch, stop right there. Hand over the entry token and we'll spare your life." "Entry token? What entry token? Did you rob someone?" Yang Kai frowned. If that were true, then Bian Yuqing was just asking for trouble. "Who robbed them?" "They're the ones trying to rob me." Bian Yuqing quickly explained, "Are you coming or not? If not, then you're on your own. They'll definitely kill you." Even though her tone was harsh, she was more or less thinking for Yang Kai's sake, which changed Yang Kai's impression of her a little. Speaking of which, he and Bian Yuqing did not have any real grudges with each other. He once caused trouble in the Blue Feather Sect, and it was Bian Yuqing who helped speak for his sake. In the end, he was punished by being made to enter retreat at that ice cliff to repent, which turned out to be more of an opportunity than a punishment. "If you want to go, then go." Yang Kai smiled. "Suit yourself." Bian Yuqing turned around and quickly flew off. But after a short flight, she suddenly turned around and flew back, landing next to Yang Kai again. "Not running anymore?" Yang Kai looked at her curiously. Bian Yuqing's face was dark as she fumed. "You're going to be the death of me. I really don't know what's going on in that head of yours." Yang Kai asked curiously, "Protector Bian, does this mean you're planning to share life or death with me? Doesn't sound too bad. We can be a pair of fated mandarin ducks under the yellow spring. In your dreams." Bian Yuqing glared at him, her expression cold. "Hold down the others for a bit. I want to kill that man." "What grudge do you have with him?" Yang Kai raised his brows. "Ko Wu died at his hand." Bian Yuqing's voice was cold to the bones and her fists were clenched tight. "Ko Wu is dead?" Yang Kai was shocked, and his face quickly turned serious. Even though it was Ko Wu who captured Lu Xianyun and him and brought them to the Blue Feather Sect, he still took care of them as their senior brother at the time. Ko Wu was also with Bian Yuqing when they happened to meet each other at the Four Seasons realm, but now he actually died. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little sad. The slightest mistake on the path of the martial Tao could very well lead to a torn body and crushed bones. He helped me delay them for a short while. Bian Yuqing took a deep breath and quickly said, "If you still feel any shred of brotherhood with me, then help me out this once." "Good." Yang Kai nodded. Bian Yuqing went on, "Those people are all third-order Tao source realms. You can't best them, so if things go awry, just run and leave me behind." Yang Kai looked at her as it felt like he was truly getting to know her for the first time. Bian Yuqing smiled. "Don't look at me like that. The Blue Feather sect is gone. So Ko Wu and I depended on each other for survival. Now that he's dead, I should at least avenge him." "You'll get your wish." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "I hope so." Bian Yuqing exhaled lightly, shutting her beautiful eyes for a moment before opening them in a flash of cold light. A bracelet-like artifact appeared in the palm of her hand at the same time. While the two of them were speaking, the cluster of lights had already grown close, and when the light receded, it revealed the figures of 3 people. All 3 of them had third-order Tao source realm cultivations, and from the clothes they wore, they seemed to be from the same sect, but Yang Kai was not able to recognize which sect these cultivators came from. The one at the front was a fair-faced and beardless man who looked to be about 40. He was holding a sharp sword in his hand which was still stained with blood. As soon as Bian Yuqing saw the blood, her eyes instantly turned red. She knew that it was definitely Ko Wu's blood. "Slut, try and run again." The middle-aged man pointed his sword at her and shouted with a fierce look in his eyes. Bian Yuqing gritted her teeth and said nothing. The middle-aged man continued shouting, "Hand over the entry token and we'll let you live. Were you the one who killed my fellow disciple?" Bian Yuqing didn't respond but interrogated instead. The middle-aged man admitted freely, "That's right. I'm the one who killed him. My sword pierced straight through his heart and granted him a quick death. He was very loyal to you, sacrificing his own life just so you could escape." Bian Yuqing's face was ice-cold as she suppressed the anger in her heart, her teeth already drawing blood from her lips as her body trembled, and she said, "I'll make sure to give you a quick death after this as well." At these words, the 3 men threw their heads back in laughter. The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Kai from the corner of his eye, saying disdainfully, "I don't know where you found this little helper, but to think you still dared to boast so shamelessly. Hey brat, I'd run as far away as possible if I were you. A pretty woman may be tempting, but you'll need your life to be able to enjoy her." He obviously thought that Yang Kai had become smitten with Bian Yuqing's beauty and was trying to play the part of a hero. That being said, Bian Yuqing's looks were indeed not bad, especially the mature charm she exuded. It was something that a young and fresh girl wouldn't be able to compare to. Many men at Yang Kai's age had a taste for such delicacies. "Sorry, but I can't do that." Yang Kai smiled. The middle-aged man's face darkened and he coldly snorted, "Since you're courting death, then don't blame my fellow brothers for being ruthless." They had long investigated Bian Yuqing and found out everything about her origins and her identity. She was just a sexless woman without any kind of backing. If that weren't the case, they wouldn't have dared to have any thoughts about Bian Yuqing, much less try to snatch away her entry token. One had to know that all sorts of hidden dragons and crouching tigers lurked in Maplewood City and Spirit Lake City now. Any random person may well have a distinguished identity and strong backing, so they might end up kicking an iron plate if they were unlucky. But for someone like Bian Yuqing, even if she were able to find some help, that help wouldn't be too strong. Yang Kai was also visibly quite young, so it was hard not to underestimate him. "Junior brothers, kill that little brat, then come help your senior brother. If we get the entry token today, then even advancing to the Emperor realm in the future will be nothing difficult." The middle-aged man pointed to Yang Kai and gave instructions to the 2 men beside him. The 2 third-order Tao source realm cultivators nodded, a fierce glint in their eyes. In the blink of an eye, their bodies had already moved to each side of Yang Kai. "Yang Kai, be careful," Bian Yuqing warned him. The middle-aged man could not help but snicker at those words. "Still have the heart to worry about your little lover? Worry about yourself first." As soon as those words were spoken, A sword light flashed over along with a figure lunging towards Bian Yuqing. The middle-aged man was preparing to unleash a fierce slash to start off the battle. Right at that moment, though, two pitiful screams suddenly rang out at the same time. The middle-aged man's face changed drastically and turning his head towards the direction of the sounds. His eyes widened into circles. His two junior brothers who had lunged towards Yangkai suddenly had large holes passing through their chests. Ones that could be seen clear through. Even the wriggling 5 viscera and 6 organs could clearly be discerned. What happened? The middle-aged man was utterly confused. His two junior brothers were fine just a moment ago, so how did they end up like this in just the blink of an eye? The terrible wounds passing right through their chests had seemingly evaporated their hearts and organs. In other words, his two junior brothers had no chance of survival. They were definitely going to die. They were both third-order Dao Source Realm cultivators, and their strength wasn't that much lower than his own, so how could they be killed in an instant? Who did it? The middle-aged man's first reaction was that a senior expert was hiding nearby. At that thought, his lunging movements towards Bian Yuqing stopped, and the light on his sword also dimmed. Bian Yuqing was also stunned. She had planned to kill this man today even if she had to die as well in order to avenge Ko Wu's death. As long as Yang Kai could delay the other two for a while, she was confident she could do it. Even though she had not been able to advance into the Emperor Realm, she was still a top existence among third-order Dao Source Realm cultivators after remaining in this realm for so many years. But now, the two opponents whom Yang Kai was supposed to be holding back actually received critical injuries, and from the looks of things they weren't going to live much longer. Everything happened in a flash, so fast that none of their minds could keep up. At that moment, an astonishing aura spread out from Yang Kai's body. Merely by raising his hand and clenching it hard, he was able to explode those two junior brothers into a bloody mist, leaving no bones behind. Ding-dang! 2 space rings fell to the ground, making an extremely light noise, but the noise was deafening like noon bells, shaking everyone back to their senses. Emperor Realm. The face of the middle-aged man twisted in panic as he almost bit his own tongue. This helper that appeared out of nowhere actually turned out to be an Emperor Realm Master. And not just any ordinary emperor at that. Even a first-order emperor could not possibly exterminate his two junior brothers in just a flash. This young-looking man was definitely a terrifying existence in the second-order Emperor Realm, possibly even the third order. At that thought, the middle-aged man was immediately filled with terror and dread. He really kicked an iron plate this time. He couldn't help but feel desperate enough to cry, yet unable to shed any tears, and that was because he had thoroughly investigated Bian Yuqing before this. She came from a sect called Blue Feather Sect, but after the disappearance of its sect master, that sect became disorganized and dissolved soon after. On top of that, there didn't seem to be any Emperor Realm Masters that Bian Yuqing was familiar with, so how did such a terrifying helper suddenly appear? Stricken with fear, he didn't dare to attack Bian Yuqing again. All he could think about now was how he could keep his life. This unknown young man was able to kill his two junior brothers so casually, so it was likely his own death could also come as simply as blowing a puff of air. Yang Kai, you... Bian Yuqing was completely dumbfounded. She never would have thought that Yang Kai could actually grow to the Emperor Realm in just a short few years. It was the Emperor Realm after all. A realm she had been striving towards for so many years but had been unable to even touch. And yet, Yang Kai was able to achieve it so easily. Was this still that little brat that had just joined Blue Feather Sect back then and needed her care? Were all cultivators that came from the lower star fields this terrifying? For a moment, Yang Kai felt like a complete stranger to Bian Yuqing. Protector Bian, didn't you wish to avenge Ko Wu? Yang Kai looked solemnly at Bian Yuqing. If not now, how long are you going to wait? His words brought her back to her senses. Bian Yuqing focused her eyes and pushed her source qi, causing a light to suddenly blossom from the hand which had been grasping the bracelet the whole time. The bracelet swelled as thick as a person's waist in the next instant, and forming seals with her hands, Bian Yuqing sent the enlarged jade bracelet shooting towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was still panicking, so he wasn't able to react in time when Bian Yuqing suddenly made her move. By the time he was able to circulate his source qi and raise his sword, hurriedly blocking in front of him. The enlarged bracelet had already come crashing over. There was a loud bang. The bracelet seemed to have the force of 10,000 kilograms, and it actually managed to bend the Dao Source greatsword when it hammered down onto it. The residual impact passed through the sword and smashed onto the middle-aged man's chest, directly shattering the Source Chi layer protecting his body. The middle-aged man's face went pale as he seemingly hadn't anticipated Bian Yuqing to strike with such thunderous force. He had previously fought Bian Yuqing with his two junior brothers, but that had been bullying using numbers rather than a life-or-death battle. He didn't think Bian Yuqing had any notable skill, but now that he was fighting her one-on-one, he finally realized how terrifying this beautiful woman was. What's more, an Emperor Realm Master was watching them from the side, so he couldn't bring out his full strength with such a distraction. I'm not their opponent. But before he could even finish that thought, the bracelet that hit him suddenly bounced away, stored up some power, and came whistling over again. The middle-aged man had already eaten a loss from this artifact once, so how could he not be afraid when he saw it returning for more? He quickly brandished his sword and used a sword art to keep his body well protected without any gaps. But one false step always led to another, eventually leading to ruin. He had already reacted too slowly when Bian Yuqing first attacked and had now fallen into the enemy's rhythm. Again and again, Bian Yuqing's artifact smashed down on him until his fingers had gone numb and he almost dropped his sword. More flaws were revealed in the sword arts that he had polished all his life. Bian Yuqing saw her opportunity and closed in. Wind and clouds gathered in her palms, containing a terrifying destructive force as she thrust it out straight towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was caught off guard. While worrying that Yang Kai would make a move, he was also on guard about the bracelet's fierce attacks. He was distracted and could only barely send a sword wave at Bian Yuqing, but it wasn't powerful enough and was easily nullified by her. Her palm landed right onto the middle-aged man's chest, knocking the blood straight out of his mouth. It was at the critical moment that the middle-aged man shifted to avoid receiving a fatal hit. Otherwise, that blow alone would have been enough to send him to the afterlife. Even so, he wasn't in good shape now. After he was sent flying backwards, the bracelet artifact followed him like a shadow, smashing against him over and over again. Being careless for just a moment would be enough to kill him. Terrified, he shouted, "Senior, this lowly one had eyes but failed to see. Please have mercy and spare my life. The Broken Mountain sect will surely grant you a large gift for your generosity." He was smart enough to know that his life or death was in Yang Kai's hands. Even though Yang Kai did not intervene in the battle between him and Bian Yuqing, he was sure that Bian Yuqing would definitely be unable to kill him if he could convince Yang Kai to spare him. And he had also pointed out his origins on purpose in order to intimidate Yang Kai. At the very least, it was well known that an Emperor Realm Master was commanding the Broken Mountain sect. But how could he have known that Yang Kai did not even recognize the name Broken Mountain sect? The southern territory was vast and had countless sects, so how could Yang Kai know all of them? However, even if Yang Kai did know about Broken Mountain sect, he probably wouldn't put it in his eyes. The sects that he was in contact with now were all top sects of each territory. Even those sect masters don't dare to boast in front of him, and Li Jiao and Mi Qi had even been swindled by him for 2.5 billion high-rank source crystals. So what was a trivial Broken Mountain sect worth? Yang Kai grinned. "This king is not the one who wants to kill you, so what's the use of pleading with this king?" The middle-aged man's face was filled with despair at those words. He knew that Yang Kai wouldn't let him go, so he turned to Bian Yuqing instead. "Elder sister, you've lost one of your fellow disciples, and both my junior brothers are dead. Why don't we just consider the matter settled? This one will offer an apology to elder sister." "In your dreams." Bian Yuqing gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes seeing red as if she had gone insane. Source Chi was pouring out of her body like a tide, and it seemed like she would not settle for anything less than killing him ruthlessly. The middle-aged man fumed and shouted, "Then I'll fight you to the death." As he said that, he was barely able to condense a layer of Source Chi around his body to protect himself. Raising his sword in front of his nose, he ran his finger over the blade and opened his mouth, recklessly coughing up a large mouthful of blood essence. The sword suddenly hummed as if it would shoot to the sky at any moment as an extremely fierce sword intent spread out from the blade. "Protector Bien, you better watch yourself." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly and warned her. But he didn't have any intention of intervening. Yang Kai could easily kill this middle-aged man, but revenge was something that had to be obtained by one's own hands for it to be of any significance. There was actually no need for Yang Kai to warn her, as Bian Yuqing herself knew that this middle-aged man was ready to throw away his life for this fight. Her expression turned serious as she clapped her palms together and shouted, "Divide!" As she finished speaking, the bracelet artifact suddenly split into two. Then 2 became 4, 4 became 8. In the blink of an eye, enlarged bracelets covered the sky in all directions and all crashed towards the middle-aged man. Each one of the bracelets appeared extremely vivid, as if they were all real, and a very strong aura was being emitted from them. But Yang Kai could tell that only one of these bracelets was real while the rest were merely illusions. This was not a bad artifact, but it was still just Dao source grade. The middle-aged man felt confused when he saw these changes, and he felt at a loss of what to do. But very quickly, he regained his senses and shouted, "Even if I die today, I won't let you feel any better." Sword light flashed as man and sword united into a stream of light, penetrating through the bracelets and aiming for Bian Yuqing. Faced with this thunderous attack, Bian Yuqing did not back down and instead met it head-on. At the same time, she propelled all the bracelets in the sky towards the middle-aged man with a single thought. Bracelet after bracelet slammed down, but the middle-aged man was unharmed. Instead, those bracelets all cracked. These were merely illusory phantoms in the end, so they didn't have any real destructive power. The two enemies closed in on each other quickly and were soon going to clash. The middle-aged man grinned, thrusting his sword out in front of him. With a dull noise, Bian Yuqing's body trembled as the sword passed straight through her chest. Suppressing the pain, Bian Yuqing's face turned hideous as she roared, "Die!" As she said that, a bracelet crashed right down onto the middle-aged man's head, cracking it open like a melon and spewing red and white matter into the air. The headless corpse swayed before suddenly falling from the sky. Bian Yuqing's body also trembled. Holding the stab wound on her chest, she staggered back a few steps, opening her mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood. Followed by a slight breeze, Yang Kai suddenly appeared next to her, holding her with one hand and frowning as he questioned, "You could have ground him to death little by little. Why the need for such ferocity?" Bian Yuqing definitely had the upper hand in that confrontation, and she even had Yang Kai watching over her from the side. As long as she maintained her steady rhythm a little longer, she would have been able to kill her opponent with minimal to no losses at all, but unexpectedly, she actually chose to engage in a frontal clash, accepting serious injuries in exchange for a quick victory. The middle-aged man was killed, but she had also been stabbed in the chest. This couldn't be called a trivial wound, and if she had been the slightest bit careless, then she would have been dead. Bian Yuqing wiped the corner of her mouth and laughed mockingly at herself. "You men aren't the only hot-blooded ones, you know?" Yang Kai fell silent. Bian Yuqing shook her head, not feeling any joy from obtaining vengeance at all. Instead, she just felt more desolate. With Blue Feather's sect gone, she and Ko Wu had been depending on each other for survival this whole time. Now that even Ko Wu was dead, she was all alone, and she suddenly felt lost about her future. "Focus on healing your wound first." Yang Qi looked at the sword pierced through her chest and frowned. If she hadn't shifted her posture at the last moment, then this sword could really have taken her life. It wasn't that Yang Kai couldn't save her, but he knew that this sword wasn't going to kill her. So he respected her wishes and stood by and watched. If the injury wasn't treated in time, then it may cause problems in the future. Bian Yuqing shook her head. "I need to take care of Ko Wu's remains first. There are many wild beasts out here." Yang Kai sighed. "Where are they?" "Over there." Bian Yuqing pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai reached out to hold her, and was just about to move when Bian Yuqing suddenly said, "They're rings." Yang Kai waved his hand, causing several streams of light to fly over from below. 3 space rings, alongside the artifacts of the other 2, were instantly brought over. Even though the belongings of these Dao Source Realm cultivators weren't worth Yang Kai's attention, they were a fortune to Bian Yuqing, so she naturally couldn't just let them go. He casually tossed the items to Bian Yuqing before setting off. In a few moments, they arrived at their destination where they found a corpse lying on its back on the ground. Who else would it be if not Ko Wu? But indeed, as the middle-aged man said before, Ko Wu died a quick death. He incurred a fatal stab wound to the chest, so he probably didn't feel any pain. Bian Yuqing's eyes were a little red as she sniffled, but forced herself to hold back her tears. Moving away from Yang Kai's embrace, she flew down. Once she landed on the ground, she was quiet for a moment before opening up. Great riches and honors didn't come to him when he was with me. I hope he finds a better place in his next life. Finally, she couldn't stop the tears from running down her cheeks. She bent down and carefully picked up Ko Wu's corpse, storing his remains carefully into her space ring. Yang Kai watched in silence, not saying anything. Only when Bian Yuqing was done cleaning up and flown back did he lead her towards a nearby mountain peak. Sweeping over the terrain with his divine sense, Yang Kai found a cave and entered it. After landing, Yang Kai took out a few pills and ordered, "Open your mouth." Bian Yuqing opened her mouth obediently, and with a flick of his wrist, Yang Kai popped the spirit pills into her mouth. Before she could react, Yang Kai suddenly reached out and grabbed the hilt of the sword stuck in her chest, pulling it with one swift movement. Bian Yuqing's body froze for a moment before she let out a heart-wrenching scream. But with his fingers, Yang Kai jabbed a few points on her body and stopped the blood flow before saying, "Once you refine the medicinal efficacies, you should be fine." Turning around, he headed out of the cave. Yang Kai had refined those healing pills personally, and one of them was even an Emperor-grade spirit pill. Bian Yuqing's injury was quite serious, so with only her third-order Dao Source Realm cultivation and her own spirit pills, it would likely take a long time for her to recover. Half a day later, Yang Kai, who was standing at the entrance of the cave with his hands behind his back, heard the sound of footsteps. Turning around, he saw Bian Yuqing walking out with a fresh set of clothes. For eyes suddenly meeting, Bian Yuqing had a slightly complex look in her eyes as she meekly spoke, "Thanks." The little brat she used to look down upon had now grown to the point where she needed to look up to him. These changes overwhelmed Bian Yuqing a little. She wasn't acting as naturally as in the past, but rather a little more formal now. "It's just a trivial matter." Yang Kai shook his head. "Perhaps I am also responsible for your current situation." Bian Yuqing couldn't understand. "What does any of this have to do with you?" Yang Kai looked at her with a solemn gaze and said, "I'm the one who killed Wu Mengchuan." "What?" Bian Yuqing trembled, almost in disbelief at what she heard. But she also understood that there was no need for Yang Kai to lie to her about this with his current status and strength. If he confessed to it, then Wu Mengchuan must have really died at his hand. Blue Feather Sect's decline had much to do with Wu Mengchuan's disappearance. With the sect master gone and 3 of the original 4 protectors killed off by him, only Bian Yuqing was left, and she naturally couldn't save the situation with her strength alone. Soon after, Blue Feather Sect disbanded, and the disciples went their separate ways. While others had no idea why Wu Mengchuan disappeared, Bian Yuqing knew that it happened after he left for the Shattered Star Sea. After all, the star seal to enter the Shattered Star Sea was obtained by Ko Wu and her from the Four Seasons realm. But to think that Wu Mengchuan actually died to Yang Kai. That man was a descendant of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, and as far as Bian Yuqing knew, Wu Mengchuan still had a legacy Emperor artifact handed down to him from the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Yang Kai must have been in the Dao Source realm as well when he entered the Shattered Star Sea, but he still managed to kill Wu Mengchuan. "Seems like you don't intend to seek revenge for him?" Yang Kai smiled at this observation. After he admitted to killing Wu Mengchuan, Bian Yuqing was shocked, but she didn't have any other reaction. "Why would I want to get revenge for him?" Bian Yuqing scoffed. "If he hadn't needed someone to manage the Blue Feather Sect for him, then I would have been killed by him after he got out. I have no problem with you killing him. That's for the best." Yang Kai nodded. "By the way, what is that entry token that those people were talking about when they were pursuing you?" Bian Yuqing was silent for a moment, but she still took out the sapphire jade token from her space ring, which was about the size of a palm, handing it to Xianxia. This is it. Xianxia took the token and studied it. He could see that this jade token was carved from sapphire jade, but there wasn't anything special about it. Sapphire jade was a type of jade or that wasn't considered precious. It was produced in many places and 1 or 2 ores would perhaps be needed to refine low-grade artifacts. So what about this entry token warranted a group of Dao Source Realm cultivators to fight and chase after? Turning it over, Xianxia saw several numbers engraved onto the back. 3-9-1-2. What's it for? Xianxia looked doubtfully at Bian Yuqing. This is the entry token for Spirit Lake Palace. With this, you can enter Spirit Lake Palace's cultivation rooms, Bian Yuqing explained. You've been gone for many years, so you probably don't know how bustling Spirit Lake Palace is these days. Countless people arrive every day in order to use the heaven, earth, and mortal cultivation rooms. I spent all of my assets in order to obtain this entry token, but I still have to wait 2 more months before it's my turn to cultivate inside. Xianxia's face darkened. 2 months? There are that many people waiting in line. Bian Yuqing said, Do you know how long it's been since I got my entry token? How long? Half a year, Bian Yuqing told him. I got this entry token half a year ago, but I still need to wait 2 more months before it's my turn. Countless others still have to wait a year or even 2. Heavens! Xianxia clicked his tongue in amazement. Is Spirit Lake Palace really so popular? Bian Yuqing laughed. The world energy is just that dense in Spirit Lake Palace. Even the lowest grade, the mortal grade cultivation rooms, are something any ordinary small sect can't compare to. For people looking to make breakthroughs like us, Spirit Lake Palace is naturally a popular place, but if you don't have connections, you just have to wait in line. Xianxia asked, Is that why those 3 were trying to steal your entry token? Bian Yuqing responded, Of course. Don't underestimate the value of this entry token. After Spirit Lake Palace hands out an entry token, they only care about the token, not the owner. In other words, whoever holds this entry token will be able to enter Spirit Lake Palace to cultivate in 2 months. I spent all of my source crystals in order to get this entry token, but if I take this entry token to the black market now, I'll definitely be able to sell it for twice as much. Even the highest rank of entry token can often be found up for auction. Because of the wait time? Xianxia raised a brow. And the closer the date is, the higher the value of the entry token. Maplewood City's black market is crazy over this. Who knows how many people are there trying to find an entry token? Xianxia nodded. Not mentioning the worth of the entry token itself, the fact that one was able to enter Spirit Lake Palace to cultivate in 2 months was enough to get people fighting over it. Bian Yuqing must have accidentally exposed her ownership of the token, leading to the 3 disciples from Broken Mountain sect pursuing her. Xianxia didn't expect this place to change so much after being away for just a few years. The white entry tokens are for mortal grade rooms, sapphire entry tokens for earth grade, and as for the top ruby entry tokens, those are naturally for heaven grade. Bian Yuqing explained. But heaven grade rooms aren't something people like me can enter. Even Emperor Realm Masters dream of entering those rooms. So naturally Bian Yuqing couldn't compete with them with the resources she had. Only earth grade, huh? Xianxia muttered in thought. Are you planning to go inside to see whether you can break through to the Emperor Realm? Bian Yuqing smiled. The chances are slim, but I should still try. Shouldn't I? She didn't have much confidence in her chances, and Xianxia estimated that she probably wouldn't be able to make a breakthrough even if she really did get to cultivate in the earth-grade cultivation room. A cultivator's mentality was a very important factor when it came to such things. After pondering for a moment, Xianxia said, Let's go. Where to? Bian Yuqing asked. To Spirit Lake Palace. It's been many years since I last came here, and it seems like you're more familiar with the way there. So why don't you be my guide? Bian Yuqing nodded. That's fine. Xianxia pushed his Emperor Qi, wrapping around her and then speeding off towards Spirit Lake Palace's direction. But he did not return the sapphire entry token to her. Bian Yuqing seemed to want to say something, but she couldn't bring herself to ask in the end. If Xianxia really wanted to snatch the sapphire entry token from her, Bian Yuqing would not be able to fight him. It didn't take long for them to arrive at a place 1,000 kilometers away. Yang Kai looked towards Spirit Lake Palace from the air and couldn't help but whistle in amazement. In just a few years, this place had already formed into a city not inferior to Maplewood City. And, from the looks of it, they were still expanding. Maybe in a few years, Spirit Lake Palace would swallow up Maplewood City as well, merging the two into one. Seeing that Yang Kai seemed to have the intention of just swaggering in, Bian Yuqing quickly interrupted. We need to pay source crystals in order to enter Spirit Lake City. 10 mid-rank source crystals per person. Oh, that's quite a hefty entrance fee. Yang Kai was taken aback. He had been to many cities, and those cities all generally charge tolls and low-rank source crystals, and usually only around 10 crystals at that. But this Spirit Lake City actually wanted 10 mid-rank source crystals, which was 100 times more than what other cities charged. It's a lot, but it's worth it. The world energy inside Spirit Lake City may not be as plentiful as the cultivation rooms in Spirit Lake Palace, but it's still very dense. Many people who can't get entry tokens instead find places to stay in Spirit Lake City, living there year-round. Yang Kai nodded. He was also a cultivator who climbed up step by step from the bottom, so he could naturally sympathize with the hardships faced by those cultivators. For them, the world energy in Spirit Lake City was no less than a divine blessing. Naturally, they were willing to pay the trivial 10 mid-rank source crystals to gain entry. While speaking, the two of them had already arrived at the entrance. Fortunately, the entrance was quite empty and there weren't many people lining up. When it was Yang Kai's turn, he just tossed over a high-rank source crystal, causing the cultivator guarding the entrance to happily take it and let them through. It wasn't that Yang Kai was trying to show off his wealth on purpose, only that he basically had no mid-rank or low-rank source crystals. All the source crystals he had in his ring were high-rank ones. When they entered Spirit Lake City, they were greeted with a bustling sight. Cultivators came and went along the streets like a school of carp in the river, plentiful as the hairs on an ox. It was extremely lively, and many stores were lining both sides of the streets, rows upon rows of them. Many had even set up stalls on the empty ground to sell off the things they didn't need anymore. Most of the stalls had people stopping around, and the sound of bargaining was endless. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in amazement. There were Dao Source Realm cultivators as far as the eye could see here, and even some Emperor Realm masters who were concealing their cultivations walked among the crowd. This would simply have been impossible 10 years ago. Back then, the strongest master within 100,000 kilometers of Maplewood City was a mere second-order Dao Source Realm, and the number of cultivators in the Dao Source Realm could even be counted on 2 hands. But right now, Dao Source Realm cultivators were truly all over the place. These changes were naturally attributed to the rise of Spirit Lake Palace. Yang Kai walked around, soaking in the lively atmosphere that all felt a little surreal. Bian Yuqing would also tell Yang Kai about Spirit Lake City from time to time, causing him to nod lightly in understanding. Ever since Blue Feather's sect disbanded, Bian Yuqing and Ko Wu had come to Spirit Lake City in order to make a living, so she naturally knew more about the area than Yang Kai did. Almost an hour later, they arrived at Spirit Lake Palace, which was located in the center of the city. The huge palace was just like a city within a city, and many people were lined up at its entrance. Yang Kai could see quite clearly that these people were in 3 lines, and the leftmost line had the largest number of people, totaling 500 or so. The middle line had much fewer people, about half the leftmost line. As for the last line on the right, less than 50 people were waiting. The strength of the cultivators in these 3 lines were also clear to see. The leftmost line was made up almost exclusively of those in or below the Origin King realm. There were a few downtrodden-looking Dao Source Realm cultivators mixed in with them, however. The middle line, on the other hand, was mostly first and second-order Dao Source Realm cultivators, with a few wealthy-looking Origin Kings. As for the line on the right, their cultivations were all at or above the second-order Dao Source Realm, with 2 even being Emperor Realm cultivators. Yang Kai said, thoughtful, "These 3 lines are for the different entry tokens, right?" Bian Yuqing nodded. That's right. The leftmost line is for the white entry token holders, the center is for the sapphire entry token, and the right is for the ruby entry tokens. Most of the cultivation rooms in Spirit Lake Palace are mortal grade, then earth grade, and the fewest at heaven grade, so even though there are more people in line for white entry tokens, the rotation is actually quite fast. Yang Kai nodded, walking over towards a rather empty place at the side and looking around, revealing a satisfied look. Bian Yuqing had no idea what he intended to do, but she didn't ask, choosing to observe him curiously instead. Yang Kai suddenly said aloud, "I have a sapphire entry token here with the number 3912. Buyers welcome, first come, first served." Even though his voice wasn't too loud, the force he pushed into it had likely amplified and carried it out for the entire Spirit Lake City to hear. Bian Yuqing's face changed drastically as she cried out in alarm, "What are you doing?" This was the sapphire entry token that she spent all of her fortune on to obtain, and she only had to wait another 2 months before it was her turn. That was her key to whether she could ascend to the Emperor realm or not. But now, Yang Kai had actually taken out her entry token to sell without asking for her permission. If she really wanted to sell it off, then she would have taken it to an auction long ago. Why keep it till now? "Just trust me." Yang Kai glanced at her. Bian Yuqing's anger was instantly doused. Frowning, she nodded and said nothing more. Yang Kai was already in the Emperor realm, so if he really did have any ill intentions towards her, then she wouldn't be able to resist him. After Yang Kai's words, the cultivators nearby stopped in their tracks to look at him in astonishment. In the next moment, a crowd rushed over like a tidal wave, all of them scrambling to get to Yang Kai. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai and Bian Yuqing were completely surrounded by a sea of cultivators. Bian Yuqing couldn't help but feel nervous at this sudden situation. It should be noted that many of the cultivators surrounding them had extremely terrifying auras, not something she could contend with. Subconsciously, she edged closer towards Yang Kai, as if trying to find a sense of security. "Token 3912? Really? Quickly take it out and show us. Little brat, you're dead if you dare to trick us." Many cultivators here in Spirit Lake City were trying to find an entry token, so they were naturally quite familiar with the numbers and what they meant. A sapphire entry token bearing the number 3912 was already very close in the queue. One might be able to get in within less than 2 months with that token. Usually, such close numbers would only appear in auctions, and even then they may not be able to find it in the black market. Naturally, everyone was quite excited to hear that one such token had appeared out here. In an instant, a noisy crowd had formed. Yang Kai ignored the people threatening him and continued shouting. People were constantly flying over from afar, and very soon, more than 500 cultivators gathered around them. People were crowding around Yang Kai and Bian Yuqing, with many even flying in the sky around them. If not for the fact that fighting was prohibited in Spirit Lake City, some people may even have tried robbing them by now. After enough people had gathered, Yang Kai took out the sapphire entry token and showed it to the crowd. Then, he flipped it around and held it up high for display. The numbers on the back shone brightly in the sunlight, so everyone could see it clearly. "It really is number 3912. It's been so long since such a close entry token appeared. This number only requires a 2-month wait. Boy, I came here first, so hurry up and sell me that entry token. I can guarantee you'll be happy with the price." An elderly man shouted eagerly. This man looked quite old. He had a head full of white hair, but his cultivation was only in the second-order Dao source realm. Death Qi was emanating from all over his body, and his vitality was also extremely thin. From his appearance, he seemed to be quite close to his predestined time of death. But if he could make another breakthrough, then he may be able to live a few more years, so he was naturally very interested in this entry token. Another cultivator, a third-order Dao source realm standing mid-air, looked down at them and said, "Boy, how much is that entry token? Give me a price." Yang Kai smiled and looked around. "It seems like everyone is quite interested in this entry token. Very good, in that case, let's auction this right here. The entry token goes to the highest bidder." The elderly man's face changed as he yelled, "Little brat, you said first come first serve just now, so how can you go back on your word?" Yang Kai grinned. "Old man, that was just something I blurted out. You believe that? Naturally, such a precious entry token should be auctioned. You, the elderly man's beard was twitching. You irritate this old master. Since you're going to auction it, what's the starting price? A Dao Source Realm cultivator in the air asked. Yang Kai said, you're all free to bid. There's no starting price. With so many people competing, there was simply no need for a reserve price as the price would naturally go up while they're fighting for it. As soon as he said that, someone immediately shouted, 20 million! 20 million is the price to buy an entry token to Spirit Lake Palace. Have you no shame offering such a measly sum? 30 million. 31 million. 32 million. In the blink of an eye, the price of the Sapphire entry token went up to 36 million. Yang Kai whispered to Bian Yuqing, is the price low-rank source crystals or mid-rank source crystals? Bian Yuqing answered, mid-rank source crystals. White entry tokens are all sold for low-rank source crystals, while ruby entry tokens cost high-rank source crystals. How much did you spend when you bought this? Yang Kai asked. 20 million mid-rank source crystals. 20 million mid-rank source crystals would translate to 200,000 high-rank source crystals, which was just a drop in the bucket to Yang Kai. But to Bian Yuqing, it was everything she had. And even this was thanks to the fact that she had constantly been managing Blue Feather Sect in the past and had some of the sect's cultivation resources with her, or she would not have had such a large fortune. In the blink of an eye, something she bought for 20 million was now priced as high as 36 million. Just like Bian Yuqing said before, she really could double her money by reselling the entry token. The demand for this entry token was clear to see among the cultivators of Spirit Lake City. 40 million. A third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator in the air shouted out the price, red-faced and grimacing, looking like he was in great pain. But as long as he could get his hands on the Sapphire entry token, he could try to break through to the Emperor Realm in 2 months. If he succeeded, then what would this 40 million mid-rank source crystals be worth? The appearance of Spirit Lake Palace had allowed many cultivators to break through their own shackles. There were over 100 Emperor Realm breakthroughs over the past 10 years here alone, so if those people could do it, why couldn't he? If anyone can name a higher price, then I don't want the entry token anymore. That third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator grit his teeth and observed his surroundings nervously. To his delight, nobody else raised the bid after him, but that did make sense. 40 million was already twice the price of buying the entry token from Spirit Lake Palace to begin with, and this price was already the bottom line of most people. There were no fools here. Even though the number would grant entry very soon, source crystals don't just come from nowhere, so how could they squander them freely? This old master bids 40 million and 10,000. An old voice suddenly appeared from the distance. Upon hearing this, the whole crowd had strange expressions on their faces. For someone to suddenly come in and add a mere 10,000 to the bidding price, who knows whether this person was trying to pick up a bargain or had some grudge with that cultivator who bid 40 million and simply wanted to insult him. Who? Who said that? The third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator was infuriated hearing this, of course, and the anger in his chest began boiling like magma in a volcano. Even though Yang Kai never specified how much the price had to be raised for each bid, everyone was quite disciplined during the auction earlier, raising the bid by at least 500,000 each time, but mainly raising the price by 1 million. But now, someone suddenly came out and raised the bid by just 10,000. Wasn't that a display of naked contempt? It was this old master. What's wrong? Do you have any complaints? In a flash, an old man showed himself. Flying above everyone, he looked down at the crowd, pushing his voice with the force inside his body, sending a blast of Emperor intent to all their faces. Emperor Realm. The face of the cultivator, who was still looking around furiously just now to see who was trying to mess around, suddenly changed, instantly turning silent. An Emperor Realm Master actually came to snatch the Sapphire entry token away from him. This was something he would never have expected. Even though the Sapphire entry token only allowed one to enter an Earth-grade cultivation room, that still had some use to an Emperor Realm Master. However, in general, Emperors would only use the Heaven-grade cultivation rooms. Of course, there was also the possibility that this old man was joining the auction in order to secure the entry token for his disciple or descendant. It's Broken Mountain Sect's sect master, Lu Dongzhang. Someone suddenly shouted in the crowd. seemingly recognizing the identity of this old man. When the others heard his words, they all revealed looks of fear. Bian Yuqing's body trembled slightly, as she had the subconscious feeling that this Lu Dongzhang was here to find trouble with her. But thinking about it carefully, nobody saw them when she and Yang Kai killed those 3 Broken Mountain sect disciples. Only after this thought hit her did she relax. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Dongzhang with a thoughtful expression on his face. Not to mention the fact that this old man was suspected to be starting trouble by raising the price by just 10,000 out of nowhere. This sect master had come over as soon as he killed those Broken Mountain sect disciples. This was too much of a coincidence, right? Could it be that the matter was exposed? But that didn't seem right. Yang Kai swept through his surroundings with his divine sense before killing them, and nobody was watching at all. Moreover, the 3 men did not send any messages before they died. So how could Lu Dongzhang know? So, it is Senior Lu. That third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator also recognized Lu Dongzhang and smiled bitterly. Since Senior Lu wants this sapphire entry token, Junior naturally wouldn't dare to have any complaints. Good. Lu Dongzhang let out a light grunt and turned his head to look at Yang Kai. Reaching his hand out, hand over the entry token. Yang Kai eyed him and sneered. The auction isn't over yet. Lu Dongzhang said. What? Could there be anyone who can outbid this old master? He eyed his surroundings with his imposing glare, and anyone who met his gaze felt chills rising in their hearts. So even if they wanted to bid, they didn't dare to open their mouths anymore. Not to mention the fact that the price of 40 million had exceeded most of their bottom lines. Do you see that? This old master's price is the highest. Lu Dongzhang extended his hand once more. Hand over the entry token. Yang Kai stroked his chin and shook his head. Even if your price is the highest, I'm still not going to sell you this entry token. Raising by just 10,000 and you want to snatch away this entry token. If Yang Kai really gave it to Lu Dongzhang, it would leave a bitter taste in his mouth for a long time to come. On top of that, this entry token was originally something that 3 cultivators from the Broken Mountain sect wanted to steal. Even Ko Wu had to be killed before the entry token was saved, so how could it now land in the hands of the Broken Mountain sect? Lu Dongzhang's face darkened. Boy, you dare disobey the rules? Yang Kai snickered. My things, my rules. What the hell do you count for? As soon as he said that, everyone was staring tongue-tied at Yang Kai, secretly admiring his guts. Lu Dongzhang was an Emperor Realm Master, and yet this young man actually dared to provoke him. You court death. Lu Dongzhang was furious and his aura flared around his body, attempting to pressure Yang Kai. Many of the people standing nearby grunted and stepped back. Yang Kai did not move, however, and instead just sneered at Lu Dongzhang. After a light snort, his own emperor pressure rose up like an awakened beast. Lu Dongzhang's face changed dramatically as he called out, You're also an emperor. The crowd at the side was also shocked. They never would have thought that Yang Kai was actually an Emperor Realm Master. All of them instantly felt nervous, but fortunately, they were quite disciplined during the auction earlier and did not offend him too much. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to handle the consequences. It was this old master who had eyes but failed to see. Lu Dongzhang's expression cooled instantly. Yang Kai ignored him and pointed his hand to the front. Hey you! Come over here. When Yang Kai pointed his hand, the crowd split away in a flash, as if the outstretched finger was a venomous snake. The cultivator who bid 40 million earlier also tried to dodge, but no matter where he moved to, Yang Kai's finger kept on pointing at him. With a bitter face, he asked, Senior, what can I do for you? Even though he was quite a lot older than Yang Kai, his cultivation was inferior, so he could only address him as Senior. Come over here, Yang Kai said again. The man had no choice but to walk towards Yang Kai with an apprehensive face, not knowing what the latter wanted from him. After approaching, Yang Kai shoved the sapphire entry token into his hands before he could say anything and declared, The entry token is yours. In a flash, the face of Lu Dongzhang, who was floating in the air, turned blue. He was a first-order emperor and his bid was higher, but Yang Kai refused to sell the entry token to him. Instead, Yang Kai passed the sapphire entry token to a mere Dao Source Realm cultivator. This was a public slap to the face. Instead of feeling happy, the Dao Source Realm cultivator felt shocked and afraid. The sapphire entry token in his hands felt just like a hot lump of iron, burning into his palms. If Ludong Zhang hadn't made a bid, he would have happily accepted the entry token. But now that Ludong Zhang had appeared, how could he dare to take it? If he does take it, then he would be offending someone he couldn't afford to. He couldn't be sure whether he would get what was coming to him in the future either. Senior, I don't want the entry token anymore. He opened his mouth with great difficulty and returned the entry token. You dare refuse? Yang Kai grabbed him by the collar and hoisted him up, glaring fiercely at his face. You think I won't beat you black and blue for that? That man was so shocked that his face turned white and he quickly cautioned. Fighting isn't allowed in Spirit Lake City. Yang Kai said threateningly. Can you hide in Spirit Lake City for the rest of your life? I'll beat you half to death as soon as you leave the city. That man wanted to cry but had no tears, all but begging. Senior, why must you make things difficult for me? I'm just a Dao Source Realm cultivator. You call selling you an entry token making things difficult for you? Yang Kai sneered, still holding onto his collar. Are you taking it or not? If not, you're dead. The man dodged his gaze, not daring to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai then whispered quietly, if you take it, you may offend Ludong Zhang, but you'll also gain an entry token and have the chance to break through to the Emperor Realm. If you don't though, you will offend this young master and get no benefits at all. Consider the gains and losses by yourself. As soon as he heard that, his eyes lit up. That's right. No matter whether he takes the entry token or not, he would be offending an Emperor Realm Master. If he did take it though, then he at least had a ray of hope for advancing to the Emperor Realm. It was such a simple question, so why hadn't he thought it through before? In an instant, he made his decision. Looking up towards Lu Dongzhang, the man cupped his fists. Senior Lu, it's not that Junior wants to fight with you, but Junior was forced to buy. Please understand. Humph. Lu Dongzhang coldly snorted, causing the man's face to turn pale again. But things had already come to this, and there was nothing for him to hesitate over anymore. He quickly moved 40 million mid-rank source crystals from his ring to another before handing it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned around and tossed the ring to Bian Yuqing. Only then did he let go of the man's collar and say, you can use the token yourself, but you can't sell it, especially not to that old man. He pointed at Lu Dongzhang and threatened. If I find out that you've sold the token to him, humph. I know. I'll use it myself. I definitely won't sell it. The man nodded incessantly. Now go. Yang Kai waved his hand. That man ran into the crowd and disappeared without a trace as if it had been a ghost. Seeing that the entry token had already been sold out, the rest of the crowd naturally had no reason to stay anymore and quickly scattered like birds and beasts. Only Lu Dongzhang stayed behind, staring at Yang Kai with narrowed eyes. A cold glint could be seen through those slits as he spoke. Little friend, this old master has no idea how he offended you, for you to target this old master in such a way. Yang Kai snickered. Sect Master Lu, why the need to play dumb? Since you're already here, why don't you just air out what you want to say? Lu Dongzhang responded. I don't know what this little friend is talking about. In that case, there's nothing for us to talk about. Yang Kai turned around and said to Bian Yuqing, let's go. Wait. When he saw that Yang Kai was really planning to leave, Lu Dongzhang quickly shouted. Sect Master Lu, what else do you need? Yang Kai turned to look at him. Lu Dongzhang narrowed his eyes and stared coldly at Yang Kai for a while before asking, my 3 disciples? Where are they now? Ha! Yang Kai laughed and looked jeeringly at Lu Dongzhang. And here I thought that Sect Master Lu really didn't know anything. So, you were the one who sent the 3 of them. Bian Yuqing's face paled, as she looked at Lu Dongzhang with rage in her eyes. If what Yang Kai said was true, then Lu Dongzhang was the culprit responsible for Ko Wu's death. Without his orders, she and Ko Wu wouldn't have been chased after by those 3 people. As if he didn't hear that snide comment, Lu Dongzhang continued. You haven't answered this old master's question yet. Curious to know? Yang Kai grinned. Figure it out yourself. He turned around and left. Lu Dongzhang was fuming. If not for the fact that Spirit Lake City forbade fighting, he would have rushed over to battle Yang Kai to the death. One of the 3 disciples he sent was his descendant, one he had high hopes for him. From Yang Kai's tone, the fate of the 3 must be disastrous. So how could Lu Dongzhang's heart not ache? Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Boy, don't let this old master see you outside the city, or he will kill you." Yang Kai scoffed and couldn't even be bothered to turn around, giving Lu Dongzhang a sense of powerlessness, as if he were punching at cotton. He almost coughed up a mouthful of blood from anger. He watched Yang Kai leave with hatred in his eyes, inwardly deciding to himself that he would teach this little brat a harsh lesson. Otherwise, his 3 disciples would have died in vain. "Oh, what are you doing? Go back and wait in line." In front of Spirit Lake Palace, a third-order Tao Source Realm cultivator dressed in the uniform of Heavenly Martial Holy Land reached out to stop Yang Kai with an arrogant look on his face. As a disciple of one of the Southern Territory's top sects, he naturally had the capital to act arrogant. What's more, he was still young and had already reached the third-order Tao Source Realm, so the possibility of him breaking through to the Emperor Realm in the future was quite high. Led by Star Soul Palace, Spirit Lake Palace was built under the joint efforts of all 3 of the Southern Territory's top sects, so it was naturally managed by the 3 of them. Yang Kai took out a token and waved it in front of the man. The Heavenly Martial Holy Land disciple instantly withdrew his arrogance and cupped his fists. "So it is a senior brother from Azure Sun Temple. May I know how to address senior brother?" The token that Yang Kai held up was the Azure Sun Golden Token, a token that only core disciples were qualified to possess. Even though this man was from Heavenly Martial Holy Land, he was merely an inner disciple, a far cry from a core disciple. After confirming Yang Kai's identity, he naturally didn't dare to be too reckless. Bian Yuqing almost went cross-eyed at this sight. She had personally seen how arrogant and supercilious the cultivators guarding Spirit Lake Palace's entrance were. Even Emperor Realm Masters would sometimes be greeted with disdainful looks by these top sect disciples. So when she saw one cupping his fists and bowing to Yang Kai, then listening to what he said, Bian Yuqing suddenly recalled that Yang Kai was with Azure Sun Temple when they went to the Four Seasons realm back then. It turned out that Yang Kai had already become a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, and from the looks of this situation, his status didn't seem low. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to make this cultivator lower himself before him. Yang Kai, the disciple who was guarding the gate, frowned at his words and thought carefully for a moment, but found that he was extremely unfamiliar with his name. He had never even heard of it. He basically knew all of Azure Sun Temple's core disciples, but he had never seen or heard of Yang Kai before. But the Azure Sun Golden Token couldn't be faked. With this Golden Token, it meant that Yang Kai really was a core disciple of Azure Sun Temple. When Yang Kai refined the extraordinary treasure pill back then in the Four Seasons realm, his fame spread across the entire Southern Territory. But since so many years had passed, news naturally died down and many cultivators spent much of their time in secluded retreat. So it was normal for them to have never heard of Yang Kai's name before. This cultivator at the gate was clearly one of these people. So, it is senior brother Yang. Even though that cultivator did not recognize Yang Kai, he didn't dare to be any less polite to him. May I ask if senior brother Yang has come this time in order to make use of the cultivation rooms? Indeed, Yang Kai nodded. When Gao Shueting handed him this Azure Sun Golden Token, she told him that in addition to the Heaven, Earth, and Mortal Grade cultivation rooms in Spirit Lake Palace, there were even better ones reserved for the disciples of the three sects that were not open to the public. However, they were free to enter them with the Golden Token. If not, Yang Kai wouldn't have sold Bian Yuqing's Sapphire Token. Since there was an even better place for her to go, there was naturally no more use for that Sapphire Entry Token. Senior brother Yang, please follow me. I'll bring you to see the Sir Steward. That man turned around after he finished speaking. Yang Kai called out to Bian Yuqing and followed him. Bian Yuqing had already figured out what Yang Kai was trying to do at this point, and her eyes were filled with gratitude. At the same time, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. She had to spend all of her assets just to buy that Sapphire Entry Token after many difficulties. still having to wait 8 months before her turn came. On the other hand, Xianxia only needed to come here and he was allowed into a heaven-grade cultivation room. Through this comparison, Bian Yuqing realized that the convenience of being the disciple of a top sect was beyond her imagination, and she couldn't help but feel helpless at that fact. Without a strong background, even if one really were to ascend to the Emperor realm, they wouldn't have much prestige in front of these large sect's disciples. "What are you doing?" Xianxia suddenly turned around to look at Bian Yuqing, frowning, suddenly realizing that her state was not quite right. Bian Yuqing was taken by surprise at his call, and suddenly realized how dispirited her thoughts had become. With such a mindset, her already slim chances of breaking through to the Emperor realm became even slimmer. She immediately collected her thoughts and her eyes became determined. That's right, Ko Wu died in order to preserve that sapphire entry token. Also, he could leave a ray of hope behind for her to break through. If she couldn't give him a satisfactory answer, how could she face Ko Wu in the future after her death? Ko Wu's blood could not be shed in vain. Nothing. Bian Yuqing smiled, a hard-to-describe sense of self-confidence and determination emanating from her body. She had a feeling that if she could find a good place to enter retreat at this moment, then her chances of breaking through to the Emperor realm would be as high as 30%. It had to be known that she only had a 1 in 10 chance before this, so 30% was already very high. Xianxia stared at Bian Yuqing seriously, watching her for a long time before turning his head away. He had no idea what sort of psychological struggle Bian Yuqing had just gone through in this short period of time, but he was pleased to see that she was in better form now. That heavenly martial Holy Land disciple led Xianxia and Bian Yuqing to a room and said, "Senior Brother Yang, please wait for a moment. I'll go and get the Sir Steward." "Many thanks." Xianxia nodded. The man then turned and left. "Thank you." Bian Yuqing suddenly spoke. This was already the second time she thanked Xianxia since bumping into him again, and each time, she was thanking him from the bottom of her heart. In all her years of living, no one had ever shown her such kindness, so his actions moved her greatly. Xianxia smiled. "It's just a trivial matter." While saying that, he casually tossed a few jade bottles over to her. Bian Yuqing accepted them and looked doubtfully at Xianxia. "These are. You can use these while you cultivate," Xianxia explained. Curious, Bian Yuqing opened up a jade bottle and peeked inside. In an instant, her entire body shook and she was wide-eyed. "This is an Emperor-grade spirit pill?" Looking into another bottle, it turned out to be another Emperor-grade spirit pill, and from the looks and fragrance of the pill from the first bottle, it seemed to be similar to the legendary Pure Heart pill. The Pure Heart pill was a pill that could help a cultivator focus their mind and alleviate any heart demons from disturbing them during cultivation. Even though similar pills were available on the market, one at the Emperor grade would definitely not appear. The best ones were no more than Dao Source grade mid-rank, a far cry from the one inside this jade bottle. The other bottle seemed to contain a heavenly Dao pill. This pill was even more shocking as it could help a cultivator perceive the heavenly way and assist them in comprehending principle strength. With the help of these two spirit pills, her 30% chance rose up to at least 50%. If she still didn't manage to make a breakthrough this time, then she probably wouldn't ever be able to. Holding the two bottles tightly in her hands, Bian Yuqing's heart was surging. She looked at Xianxia with a complicated gaze as she commented, "I don't know how to repay you for such a heavy gift. It's not like I'm asking for repayment." Xianxia stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. "But if you insist, then why don't you join my sect? Azure Sun Temple?" Bian Yuqing was dumbfounded. This was another great gift, so how could it be considered repayment? Even if there weren't 10,000 cultivators just like her who wanted to enter Azure Sun Temple, there were at least 8,000. Azure Sun Temple was one of the top sects in the Southern Territory, so how could she simply enter it? If she really were able to join Azure Sun Temple, then even if she was a lowest-ranking disciple, it would still be better than wandering around on her own. A woman, and especially a beautiful woman like her with a charming face and an enchanting body, was prone to getting caught up in trouble when she was on her own. Sometimes, trouble would even come to her even if she stayed hidden. "No, no, no, not Azure Sun Temple." Xianxia shook his head. "No." Bian Yuqing was surprised. Yang Kai smiled. I founded my own sect. Right now, my sect has, 10 people? Is still a work in progress at this stage and we're short of hands. Is Protector Bian interested? Yes. Bian Yuqing didn't even think for a moment before she agreed. Yang Kai had already helped her so much, so even if she had to give her life, she wouldn't have hesitated, let alone just joining his sect. Bian Yuqing didn't think that the sect Yang Kai founded would be that powerful, as even though he was an Emperor Realm Master with strong abilities, every sect had a development phase. Right now, there were less than 10 members, so it was quite clearly a small sect. Perhaps it may even be worse than the Blue Feather sect of the past. But so what? As long as they worked together, the sect would have a chance of becoming big in the future, and if she could break through to the Emperor Realm, then she would be an even greater help to Yang Kai, which would allow her to slowly repay his favor. You're quite quick to agree. Yang Kai grinned. Bian Yuqing brushed her hair behind her ear and smiled. I'm also a person who knows gratitude, so you may rest assured. If I can safely come out of this retreat, I'll follow you back to your sect. But if I happen to die, then that's just my destiny. Breaking through to the Emperor Realm comes with its risks, and one mistake could lead to death. Many third-order Dao Source Realm cultivators not only failed to ascend to the Emperor Realm, but died during their attempt. It had to be known that Wu Dao had died back then on the threshold of advancing to the Dao Source Realm, and he was known as the strongest person in Hung Luo Starfield. Even he died trying to reach the Dao Source Realm Ascension, so the path to reaching the Emperor Realm could only come with greater risks. Ahaha, Martial Nephew Yang. It's been a while since I heard from you. I didn't expect you to visit Spirit Lake Palace today. A man's voice suddenly called out from the side. Yang Kai looked over to see an elderly man seemingly in his 50s walking over. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion that was brimming with vitality. Even the aura emanating from his body was dense. First Order Emperor Realm. Yang Kai could tell instantly, but this man was much stronger than average cultivators in his realm, not to mention the heritage he had. Just his aura alone was not something people like Lu Dongzhang could compare with. Yang Kai estimated that if this old man were to fight Lu Dongzhang in a one-on-one battle, then it likely wouldn't take more than an incense stick's time to determine a winner. Senior is... Yang Kai got up and cupped his fists. The elderly man stroked the beard on his chin and smiled. This old master is Heavenly Martial Holy Land's Yao Li. Yang Kai wasn't familiar with too many people from Heavenly Martial Holy Land. Other than Chun Wenhao, the only other one he knew was Wu Chong. Yang Kai didn't know anyone else besides those two. But since Yao Li's cultivation was First Order Emperor Realm, he should at least be an elder of Heavenly Martial Holy Land. Since the old man was his senior, Yang Kai naturally didn't show any disrespect. So it is Elder Yao. Yang Kai greets Elder Yao. No need to be polite, Martial Nephew. Please sit. Yao Li smiled and gestured to him. Immediately, a beautiful young woman came over to serve tea. Yao Li was observing Yang Kai with a smile on his face, seemingly showing great interest in him. After all, this young man was able to refine the extraordinary treasure pill, so there was a high possibility of him being an Emperor Alchemist now. Unfortunately, he didn't belong to Heavenly Martial Holy Lands. Suddenly, Yao Li's eyes turned to Bian Yuqing and he asked, "This is my elder cousin," Yang Kai said casually. Bian Yuqing got up from her seat. This mistress greets Elder Yao. Even though Yang Kai and her did not discuss this matter beforehand, Bian Yuqing's performance was flawless. She had been making a life for herself outside for many years, so she wasn't some little girl. So it is Martial Nephew Yang's cousin. And please sit. Yao Li showed an amiable attitude towards her. Bian Yuqing couldn't help but feel a little flattered by this. Yao Li was someone who stood far above her, someone she could only look up to, and this would not change even if she broke through to the Emperor Realm. But now, just because of Yang Kai, she was actually able to sit here with him and drink tea. Deep inside, an extremely absurd feeling emerged in Bian Yuqing's heart, as if her fate had taken a huge turn ever since meeting Yang Kai again. I heard from my disciple that Martial Nephew Yang is here to ask for a cultivation room? Yao Li cut straight to the point. Even though Yang Kai looked impressive, Yao Li was still an elder of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, so there was naturally no need for any flattering. Good. Xianxia nodded. May I ask Elder Yao if there are still any free cultivation rooms that are not open to the public? Yao Li frowned and pondered for a moment. Martial nephew Yang, is the cultivation room for your own use? Or... He swept a glance at Bian Yuqing. Wiseness comes with age. Even though Xianxia didn't say anything, he was able to guess Xianxia's purpose in bringing Bian Yuqing here. Xianxia spoke truthfully. My cousin's cultivation has reached the peak of the third-order Dao source realm, so if there is a suitable place for her to enter retreat, she may be able to make a breakthrough. Yao Li nodded. As expected. After a pause, he continued, Martial nephew Yang, I'm not going to lie to you, those cultivation rooms that are not open to the public are indeed prepared for core disciples like yourself. But unfortunately, those rooms are already coincidentally full. If you were planning to use the room yourself, then this old master would not hesitate to arrange for someone to give up their place. But since it is someone else, it makes things very difficult for this old master. They're full. Xianxia was surprised. He suddenly felt that something here was off. Even though the world energy in Spirit Lake Palace was very dense, and the cultivation rooms reserved especially for core disciples were not bad, they were at best comparable to the cultivation rooms inside the three top sects. Instead of cultivating at home, why would disciples from the three top sects run over here to Spirit Lake Palace to cultivate instead? Indeed they are. Yao Li nodded seriously. Xianxia instantly felt awkward. He originally thought that there had to be an empty cultivation room, and that was the reason he sold off Bian Yuqing's Sapphire entry token. But now that he was told there were no free rooms here, wouldn't that mean that he had left Bian Yuqing with nothing? Yao Li continued, Martial nephew Yang. How about this? Even though the top reserved cultivation rooms are full, this old master can arrange a heaven-grade room for you. What do you think? The heaven-grade cultivation rooms are also good environments, and many Emperor Realm Masters are waiting in line for them. I'm sure your cousin will definitely have good returns if she enters retreat in one of them. Since things had come to this, Xianxia also had no better ideas. He couldn't really just ask Yao Li to vacate one of the top rooms, right? The people who were able to cultivate in their top rooms are all disciples of the three sects, so nobody was inferior to anyone else in terms of status. If Xianxia really were to make such a request, whether Yao Li would agree or not was one problem, but he may even cause a conflict between the sects. Moreover, Yao Li was an elder of heavenly martial Holy Land, and his attitude towards Xianxia could already be considered gracious, which would make it awkward for Xianxia if he were to push the matter. How long do we have to wait? Xianxia asked. Yao Li smiled. It will be available today. This was still considered a queue jump that didn't even require a ruby entry token. From this point alone, Xianxia's Azure Sun Golden token was still extremely useful. Cousin, what do you think? Xianxia turned to Bian Yuqing and asked. Bian Yuqing said, I'll leave it up to you to decide. She only needed to wait another 2 months before she could enter an Earth-grade cultivation room, but now she suddenly had a chance to enter a Heaven-grade cultivation room today, so she was naturally very happy. Seeing that Bian Yuqing didn't have any complaints, Xianxia could only go with this. Just as he was about to agree, another voice suddenly called out from outside, No free cultivation rooms? That doesn't seem right to me. I remember there being one that was empty. When he heard this voice, Xianxia was slightly stunned, and when he looked up, a familiar figure appeared before him with a nonchalant smile and a casual attitude. Senior brother Xia. Xianxia quickly got up and looked at Xiaxiang with surprise. What are you doing here? As the chief disciple of Azure Sun Temple, Xiaxiang broke through to the Emperor Realm in the Shattered Star Sea, and he was now a well-known figure in the Southern Territory. In time, there would definitely be no problems for him reaching the Second-Order Emperor Realm. Even the Third Order was within expectations. Xianxia would never have expected to meet Xiaxiang here, so there was a look of pleasant surprise on his face. On the other hand, Yao Li's face suddenly turned uneasy as he brought his tea to his lips. Eldest senior brother is one of the 3 chief stewards here at Spirit Lake Palace, so I keep watch here all year round. Xiaxiang came over with a smile. 3 chief stewards. Xianxia was stunned. After some thought, though, he immediately understood. This Spirit Lake Palace was under the joint management of the 3 top sects, so each sect would assign a steward to keep watch in order to prevent their disciples from being treated unfairly. At the same time, they were also here to monitor the income. When Heavenly Marshal Holy Land's disciple brought Yang Kai in, he said he was going to look for the steward, and then Yao Li appeared. Yang Kai didn't think much of it at the time, only figuring that Yao Li was the one in charge here at Spirit Lake Palace. But he now knew that wasn't exactly the case when he heard what Xiaxing said. Temple Master is actually willing to let you stay here? Yang Kai smiled. Xiaxing said, I only broke through recently. So Temple Master says I have to experience the bustling world in order to consolidate my cultivation and sent me over here. As he spoke, he had a bitter look on his face as if this were a tough job. How are Temple Master and Elder Gao doing? Yang Kai asked. They're doing just fine. You, on the other hand, have been gone for so many years without returning to the sect even once you brat. Yang Kai responded awkwardly. I was caught up with many mundane affairs. I was planning to visit during my trip back this time. Xiaxing suddenly lowered his voice. When you return, you should avoid Elder Gao as much as possible. Elder Gao said the next time she sees this ungrateful wolf, she would definitely teach you a lesson. How could that be? Yang Kai's forehead was instantly covered in sweat, seemingly taking pleasure in his misfortune. Xiaxing continued, Well, that's what Elder Gao said at least, and you know Elder Gao's temper? While speaking, he couldn't help but shudder. By the way, I have bad news to tell you. Elder Gao ascended to the Second Order Emperor realm 2 years ago, so even though you're also an emperor now, you definitely won't be able to beat or escape her. Elder Gao broke through? Yang Kai was surprised but also felt glad for her. The last time he saw her was in the Eastern Territory, when she was trapped in the Sealed World Medicine Garden. At that time, she was only a First Order Emperor, so Yang Kai hadn't expected to hear that she'd broken through so soon. I wish you good luck. Xiaxing patted Yang Kai's shoulder with a look of pity on his face. By the way, senior brother, what did you mean when you said the cultivation rooms weren't full? Yang Kai frowned. Yao Li told him they were full, but now Xiaxing was telling him a different story, so he couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Xiaxing smiled and looked at Yao Li. There are 9 top cultivation rooms in total, 3 for each of our sects. Only 2 of our Azure Sun Temple's rooms were in use the last time I checked. So how could the last one suddenly be occupied? Steward Yao, may I know which one of my Azure Sun Temple's disciples entered retreat? Upon hearing this, Yang Kai's frown grew deeper. Previously, he learned that there were special cultivation rooms in Spirit Lake Palace reserved for the use of the 3 sects' disciples, but he had no idea of the details involved. From how Xiaxing and Yao Li were speaking, it seemed the 2 of them were in conflict with each other. Yao Li smacked his head and smiled. That's right, Steward Xia, if you didn't mention it, then this old master would not have remembered. Now that I think of it, only 2 rooms are occupied by your Azure Sun Temple. This old master has really grown senile. Yang Kai's face darkened instantly, and any good feelings he had towards Yao Li previously disappeared in an instant. If Xiaxing hadn't appeared today and revealed the truth, then he really may have been led by the nose by Yao Li and would still feel grateful to him despite it. Even though the difference between the top cultivation rooms and the heaven-grade ones wasn't great, that slight difference may be the difference between success and failure for someone hoping to break through to the Emperor realm. Every single advantage counted in matters like these. Marshal Nephew Yang, this old master has truly been swamped senseless by work today and actually forgotten that your Azure Sun Temple still had a room left. Please forgive me, Yao Li said with a face filled with self-reproach. But how could a mistake like that happen? There were only 9 top rooms, so it was simply impossible for someone in the Emperor realm to not be able to remember such a thing. Yang Kai's face was cold as he replied indifferently. It's fine as long as Steward Yao remembers now. Yao Li followed up quickly. But it is still true that the 9 rooms are reserved only for the core disciples of the 3 sects. Anyone else is simply not permitted to use them. Steward Xia knows this as well. Marshal Nephew Yang, if you wish to have your cousin enter retreat in that room, then I'm afraid it's impossible. I'll use it myself, Yang Kai declared before turning to Xiaxing and asking, but I plan to bring my cousin in with me to stand guard and observe while I enter retreat and cultivate. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Xiaxing grinned. Definitely not. He turned back to Yao Li. Steward Yao, I'll have to trouble you to make arrangements for this matter. Despite Xiaoshang ordering Yao Li around directly, Yao Li didn't show the slightest bit of displeasure and nodded. This old master will arrange it immediately. Saying that, he turned around and walked out. Yang Kai's eyes were slightly dim as he watched him leave, and he couldn't help but feel thankful inside. Thankful that he bumped into Xiaoshang here today. Are you curious as to why that old fart would listen to me? Xiaoshang asked with a smile, seemingly able to guess the doubts in Yang Kai's heart. Yang Kai nodded. Xiaoshang explained, the 9 top cultivation rooms generally won't be full as the disciples of our 3 sects will generally choose to enter retreat in their own sects. Since the cultivation rooms are going to be empty anyway though, the stewards here privately find cultivators in need to rent out the rooms to, or use them privately for their own descendants instead. Just like that, our temple's remaining room had been occupied by them. Normally I wouldn't be bothered about something so minor, but since junior brother wants to use it, I can't let them have it for nothing. I understand now. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Let's go. I'll bring you over, Xiaoshang said and walked off. While the 3 were walking to the room, they saw 2 people walking over from the front. One of them was Yao Li, and the other person following him had a 3rd-order Dao Source Realm cultivator who had a face filled with anger and helplessness at the moment. When they saw each other, that cultivator shot Yang Kai and Bian Yuqing a hateful glare before quickly looking away again. This man had spent a lot of effort to buy a spot in the top cultivation room from Yao Li, and had gone through many difficulties before he was able to enter a deeper level of cultivation. It had been less than 10 days, though, before he was interrupted by Yao Li, telling him that someone wanted to use the room and that he couldn't cultivate inside. How could he not be angry at that? But he didn't dare to direct his anger at Yao Li or Yang Kai. Neither of these 2 were characters he could easily provoke, so he could only choke down his anger. There was no need to mention how vexing it was for him. Fortunately, Yao Li assured him that if there was another free room, then he would still allow him inside to cultivate for the allotted time, so his loss wouldn't be too big. As they brushed past each other, Yao Li was still smiling and nodding at Xiaoshang and the others as if nothing was wrong. Soon after, the trio arrived before a stone door and Xiaoshang held out a token while pouring his emperor qi into it, waving it lightly to open the door. Light suddenly emerged from the space inside, quickly spreading around like a prairie fire. In the blink of an eye, the entire stone room was filled with a warm light. Xiaoshang said, generally, the use period for each cultivation room is 1 month, which is no exception even for core disciples of our 3 sects. But junior brother can use it for 2 months. Yang Kai asked, will that make things difficult for you? Xiaoshang smiled. Their asses aren't clean either, so senior brother isn't afraid of them. While speaking, he patted Yang Kai's shoulder and urged earnestly, cultivate properly and don't mess around. Bian Yuqing's face suddenly became a little unnatural. How could she not understand what Xiaoshang meant by this? Go on, Xiaoshang smiled. Yang Kai cupped his fists and entered the stone room with Bian Yuqing. Soon, the stone door was shut and the entire room became isolated. Such rich world energy. Bian Yuqing walked to the center of the stone room and took a deep breath, her eyes filled with amazement. She had never in her life felt such intense world energy before. Not only was it dense, but it was also extremely pure. Looking around, the entire stone room was visibly filled with world energy, as if they were currently standing in a light cloud. Simply breathing in, Bian Yuqing felt a sense of pleasure from every inch of her body. No wonder the disciples of top sects all cultivated so quickly. Their cultivation environments were simply too different, incomparable to what small sects could offer. If she cultivated here for 2 months, then her 50% chance of breaking through would likely increase by another 10%. Here, these are for you. Yang Kai tossed out a large pile of source crystals onto the ground. Bian Yuqing was shocked when she saw them and couldn't help shouting, high-rank source crystals. And, from how large the pile was, there were at least 1 million of them here. 1 million high-rank source crystals. That was equivalent to at least 100 million mid-rank source crystals or 10 billion low-rank source crystals. Yang Kai's gift stunned Bian Yuqing. It had to be known that previously she and Ko Wu had taken out all of their resources just to buy a single sapphire entry token, which was worth a measly 20 million mid-rank source crystals, incomparable to what Yang Kai just offered her. That's too much, Bian Yuqing hurriedly said. Besides, you helped me sell that sapphire entry token for 40 million mid-rank source crystals already. That alone is enough. I don't have any use for this. Just keep them. Yang Kai waved his hand. High-rank source crystals are more effective to cultivate with, and this much is still within my means. Bian Yuqing opened her mouth, but she really had no idea what to say. She simply ended up owing him too much during their encounter this time. She made up her mind that she had to break through to the Emperor realm no matter what. Otherwise, she would not be able to live up to not only Ko Wu's sacrifice, but also Yang Kai's generosity. As long as she could reach the Emperor realm, she could join that sect of his and help out. She had the experience of managing a sect before, so she just happened to be able to offer some assistance in that regard. It wasn't a problem that the sect was small. If they take the steps to develop themselves properly, then there would be a day when they could grow strong. Silently, she sat down cross-legged before saying, I'm sorry you have to be stuck with me here for 2 months. Yang Kai smiled. This place can't trap me. Just focus on your retreat. I'll come back again in 2 months to see you. And I'll be going now. Saying so, Yang Kai reached his hand out in front of him and space principles surged, causing ripples in the air in front of him that spread out gently in all directions. Yang Kai stepped into the ripples and his body vanished mysteriously. Only his voice was left echoing in Bian Yuqing's ears. Don't doubt yourself. Breaking through to the Emperor realm isn't as hard as you think it is. Bian Yuqing was lost in thought for a while before she exclaimed, Space principles! After Yang Kai had stepped into the ripples, his figure disappeared mysteriously without a trace. No doubt this was something that only masters proficient in the Tao of space could achieve. This was a legendary technique that Bian Yuqing never thought she would be able to witness one day. A short moment later, she withdrew the shock in her heart, calmed her breathing, and cleared her mind of distractions before shutting her eyes and beginning to cultivate. Oh! Outside of Spirit Lake City, a space in the air suddenly became unstable. Following that, a figure appeared from the void. A cultivator just happened to pass by, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw this sight. He thought he had seen a ghost in the daylight and quickly rubbed his eyes. But when he looked again, there was nothing there anymore, as if the person he saw just now was just a figment of his imagination. That cultivator instantly began to doubt his surroundings and quickly flew off, not daring to stay any longer. A short distance outside of Maplewood City, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared in front of a tranquil manor. A young girl about the age of 16 or 17 stood in front of the residence, sweeping up leaves with gentle movements while her hair swayed lightly in the wind. At the same time, there were sounds of shouting from inside the manor, as if someone was practicing their techniques. After Yang Kai swept the residence with his divine sense to inspect the situation inside, a stone instantly lifted from his heart. This place was the Zhang family, Ruoxi's home. After leaving for so many years, and with so many changes happening to both Maplewood City and Spirit Lake City, the area nearby was now filled with countless masters. Bloody fights were constantly breaking out each day, and Yang Kai was worried that something might have happened to the Zhang family. If that had happened, Ruoxi would be devastated. Now, it seemed that even though the Zhang family lacked a powerful master to shelter it, they were still able to live in peace, passing the years calmly as always. Who are you looking for? The young girl who was sweeping the floor was startled to see Yang Kai appear all of a sudden and asked apprehensively while staring at him with her big black eyes, her hands gripping nervously onto her broom. It had been almost 10 years since Yang Kai took Ruoxi out from the Zhang family, and this young girl was only around 16 years old. Even if she could still vaguely remember some things from that time, she couldn't remember them clearly, so she naturally couldn't recognize Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately put on a harmless smile and said affably, I'm looking for old lady Zhang. Grandmother. The young girl tilted her head and asked, That's right. Could you please inform her that Yang Kai seeks an audience with her? Yang Kai smiled. Even though he could simply walk in to visit a place as trivial as the Zhang family, this was still Ruoxi's home, so Yang Kai naturally had to show proper etiquette. "You're Senior Yang?" The young girl's eyes suddenly lit up, and she looked at Yang Kai with both surprise and joy. "You remember me?" Yang Kai was a little surprised. The girl shook her head, but then nodded. Yang Kai had no idea what she was trying to express by that, but he could see how happy she looked, and in the next moment, she tossed away the broom in her hands, ran up to him, and grabbed his arm before pulling him into the manor. "Grandmother, grandmother!" The quiet in the manor was broken by the echo of the young girl's crisp voice. The manor was not too big, so as soon as the girl shouted, the entire Zhang family was alerted and a few figures flew over from various directions. The young girl had only brought Yang Kai to the central courtyard when they were surrounded by a dozen members of the Zhang family. "Who goes there?" someone shouted, looking wary. "It's Senior Yang, Senior Yang." The young girl was extremely excited and wouldn't let go of Yang Kai's arm, constantly repeating his name aloud. "It's highly improper for a young woman to be shouting like that." A familiar voice emerged, followed by the appearance of the voluptuous figure of a beautiful woman. The woman resembled Ruoxi greatly. "Mother, Senior Yang came to visit." The young girl quickly shouted. "What Senior Yang?" The beautiful woman frowned, but coming closer and taking a good look at him, she covered her lips and exclaimed in surprise, "Senior Yang, Madame Zhang. I trust you've been well since we last met." Yang Kai smiled. This beautiful woman was none other than Ruoxi's mother, Ning Su-wan. Ning Su-wan was out of it for a long while before she smiled happily. "Senior Yang still looks as youthful as ever." After a pause, she suddenly remembered to tell the young girl holding Yang Kai's arm, "Ruoyu, go and ask your grandmother to come out." "Yes." The young girl called Ruoyu quickly rushed inside. Ning Su-wan looked behind Yang Kai, but didn't see the figure she was hoping to see, her pretty face changing as she asked with a tremor in her voice, "Senior Yang, is Ruoxi?" Yang Kai smiled. "Don't worry, everything is fine with Ruoxi. There were just some things she had to attend to, so she couldn't come this time." Only after hearing Yang Kai's answer did Ning Su-wan pat her chest in relief. She was truly afraid she would hear some bad news from Yang Kai. When the Zhang family was being bullied last time, it was Yang Kai who stepped in to save them. After that, Zhang Ruoxi left with Yang Kai, and it had been a decade since she'd last seen her daughter or heard any news about her. Naturally, Ning Su-wan missed her very much. Things had not been as peaceful outside as things within the Zhang family. In the past, Yang Kai may have performed quite well, but as they broadened their horizons over the years, the Zhang family also got to know that the Yang Kai of back then wasn't actually that powerful. If he really did provoke a powerful opponent outside, then he may have ended up dragging Ruoxi into trouble. Fortunately, Yang Kai came and assured her that Ruoxi was safe and sound. "Senior Yang, please come inside." With her mind at ease, Ning Su-wan gestured politely with her hand. Even though she had a belly full of questions, years of polishing had taught her to remain calm, and she naturally knew that this was not the best time for questions. At this time, many of the Zhang family members who came over realized who Yang Kai was. Many of them had also met Yang Kai back then, and even if they'd never met him personally, they'd heard about him and knew that he was the one who took Ruoxi away. All the hostility and vigilance disappeared instantly and was replaced by kindness and smiles. Ning Su-wan led Yang Kai into the Zhang family parlor where he was seated, and someone immediately came over to serve tea. Before they could say more than a few words, an old voice suddenly came from the outside. "Senior Yang has come?" Yang Kai quickly got up to see an old woman walk out step by step with Zhang Ruoyu's support, her clouded eyes immediately lighting up with a bright light. The old woman looked over and said in pleasant surprise, "It really is Senior Yang. This old woman greets Senior Yang." Yang Kai was shocked and immediately reached out to lift her up and exclaimed in panic, "Old madam, please, you mustn't. This junior is undeserving of such honors." Old Lady Zhang, however, insisted, "No, I should. If not for you, then the Zhang family would have ceased to be at that time. I was merely entrusted by someone else to help. There's no need to mention what happened back then." Yang Kai shook his head slowly and helped old lady Zhang up to the main seat and settled her down before returning to his own seat. Ning Su-wan watched this scene quietly, the corners of her mouth curving up into a smile of relief. Even though the Zhang family agreed to Yang Kai taking Ruoxi away, everyone knew something would definitely happen if a young and talented man like Yang Kai were to bring along a beautiful young woman with him. It was just a matter of time before Ruoxi was taken in as Yang Kai's wife. In other words, Ning Su-wan had long considered Yang Kai as the Zhang family's son-in-law. Only, this son-in-law was stronger than the Zhang family, so even though she was certain of this reality, she couldn't just go around talking about it lest she make things difficult for Ruoxi. But seeing that Yang Kai didn't have the least bit of arrogance in him, and was showing proper respect to the elderly and kindness to the young, Ning Su-wan knew he had a good heart. Senior Yang. Old Lady Zhang sat down and had just opened her mouth when Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Old madam can just call me by my name. No need to address me as senior." Old Lady Zhang said, "But how could this?" Ning Su-wan smiled. "Mother, since Yang Kai insists, then why make him sound like a stranger?" Upon hearing this, Old Lady Zhang seemed to understand something and smiled. "Then this old woman will be taking advantage of her age." "Of course." Yang Kai nodded. "How has Ruoxi been?" Ning Su-wan answered, "Yang Kai told us earlier that Ruoxi is fine, so there's no need to worry about her, mother." "Truly?" Old Lady Zhang looked earnestly at Yang Kai. "It's true," Yang Kai smiled. "It's just that Ruoxi entered retreat some time ago, so she couldn't come with me this time. All is well if she is well." Old Lady Zhang looked relieved. "By the way, what realm has Ruoxi reached?" The Zhang family suffered in the past due to their lack of masters, so they had also been paying special attention to nurturing the next generation. Several disciples with good aptitude had also appeared, but since their family was lacking in resources, their improvement had been slow and their cultivations were quite low. Ning Su-wan, however, was strongly affected by what happened back then and managed to improve her cultivation greatly. However, she was still just a first-order Dao source realm. Other than her, there were no other Dao source realm cultivators in the entire Zhang family. Old Lady Zhang had an Origin King realm cultivation, but she was too old and her vitality was in decline, so she simply could not fight at full strength anymore. In other words, Ning Su-wan had been the one holding up the Zhang family all these years. Ruoxi is already a third-order Dao source realm. After some thought, Yang Kai didn't dare to reveal the full truth. Ruoxi's current cultivation really wasn't easy to judge. Before that event, she was indeed a third-order Dao source realm, but an average first-order Emperor realm master likely wouldn't be her opponent. Now that she was inheriting the power of the mysterious Heaven's Order inside the Blood Gate, there was no telling what sort of growth she would achieve once she came out. The entire Zhang family parlor instantly went quiet after Yang Kai said this. All of them were staring at him dumbfoundedly. There should have been joy and excitement, but instead, they seemed to be in disbelief. It wasn't that they didn't trust Yang Kai, but his statement was just a little too shocking. It had to be known that Zhang Ruoxi was only an Origin returning realm junior when Yang Kai took her away back then. After that realm was the Origin King realm, then the Dao Source realm. There was a great gap between the Origin King realm and Dao Source realm that not just anyone could cross. If not for this, Dao Source realm cultivators in the Zhang family wouldn't be so scarce. Even if Ruoxi's aptitude was good and she really managed to break through to the Dao Source realm, it should have been impossible for her to advance to the Third Order in a mere 10 years. It had been only a decade since she left, so how could she possibly have grown from the Origin returning realm to the Third Order Dao Source realm in that amount of time? Subconsciously, both Ning Su-wan and Old Lady Zhang felt that Yang Kai was just saying things to reassure them. Ruoxi really is a third-order Dao source realm now, Yang Kai asserted when he saw that they didn't believe him. Ning Su-wan and Old Lady Zhang looked at each other blankly for a moment before they hesitantly asked, "Then, Yang Kai, what is your current realm?" Yang Kai did not answer directly and instead just released a little of his emperor pressure. "Emperor realm," Ning Su-wan exclaimed in shock while the eyes of the rest of the Zhang family juniors went wide. An emperor, a real, living, breathing emperor. Even though there were plenty of Emperor Realm Masters in Maplewood City and Spirit Lake City now, these senior experts were not people a small Zhang family could ever come into contact with, but now a genuine Emperor Realm Master was sitting in their parlor. Now you all believe me, right? Yang Kai was a little speechless. Fortunately, he didn't tell them the truth, otherwise the Zhang family would probably start to question whether there was something wrong with his head. Ruoshi, she's really reached the third-order Dao source realm already. Ning Suwan trembled in response to the evidence laid out in front of her. If Yang Kai's cultivation had reached the Emperor realm, then it would not be impossible for Zhang Ruoshi to be in the third-order Dao source realm. It's absolutely true. Yang Kai nodded. Good, good, good. The heavens have blessed my Zhang family. My Zhang family has finally produced a third-order Dao source realm cultivator. Ning Suwan's excitement overwhelmed her, and even the silver-haired old lady Zhang had a look of joy on her face. As for the rest of the Zhang family's juniors, they were unable to contain their glee. A third-order Dao source realm cultivator, in their eyes, was an unattainable existence, but the Zhang family had actually produced one, and it was even in the same generation as them. The young girl called Zhang Ruoyu had a particularly strong reaction as a burning light flashed past her eyes that seemed able to melt solid ice. I came to visit the Zhang family this time mainly because there is something I wish to discuss with you. Yang Kai waited for them to calm down a little before continuing. Please speak. As long as it is something possible for us, the Zhang family will surely agree to it. Ning Su-wan quickly answered. It wasn't like they could refuse either. How could the requests of an Emperor Realm Master be refused at will? Yang Kai said, I wish to bring you all to a place. A place? Where? Ning Su-wan was taken aback. My sect. Yang Kai went on. It's safe there and the conditions are not at all worse than Spirit Lake Palace. If you were to go there, then there would be no need for you to worry about having a quality cultivation environment. There are people there who can teach the Zhang family's disciples to cultivate, and there is also no need to worry about resources. Every word Yang Kai spoke made the eyes of the Zhang family's juniors brighten just a little more, filling each of them with anticipation. Yang Kai's words were like a picture scroll unfolding in front of their eyes, showing them their bright future ahead. Such a place exists? Ning Su-wan was slightly lost in thought. Is Ruoshi also there? Old Lady Zhang asked. Currently no, but she will be there in the future, Yang Kai answered. Good, this old woman agrees. Yang Kai, how could the Zhang family not appreciate your kindness? Ning Su-wan also nodded lightly after a moment of silence. If things were truly as good as how Yang Kai described it, then going would naturally bring many benefits. The Zhang family may have peace now, but there are too many masters passing through Maplewood City and Spirit Lake City, and any one of them had the ability to destroy the Zhang family. If they continued staying here without the protection of a master, then there was no telling when they would be wiped out for some random reason. Take care, brother-in-law. Come back soon to pick us up. Zhang Ruoyu's voice sounded from behind, causing Yang Kai, who was flying towards Maplewood City, to almost dive headfirst into the ground when he heard. The Zhang family seemed to have decided that something was going on between Ruoshi and him. Yang Kai didn't bother to argue with them either, so after discussing with the old madam of the Zhang family, he told them to pack their bags and be ready to leave. However, Yang Kai still had some business to settle, and he naturally couldn't leave right away, so he asked the Zhang family to wait for him to finish up before he brought them back to his sect. Before leaving, Yang Kai left 8 blood beasts at the Zhang family just in case anything happened. These blood beasts were refined when he wasn't that strong, and with the improvement of his strength, he basically had no use for them anymore, but they still had Dao Source Realm level strength, so they would be a big help when placed in the Zhang family. As long as no Emperor Realm Masters came to start trouble with the Zhang family, these blood beasts could protect them for now. But of course, Yang Kai also left the Zhang family a way to contact him in case of any accidents and also so he could contact them when he was finished with his business. After being gone a few years from Maplewood City and coming back, things really had changed. Take, for example, Spirit Lake City. Dao Source Realm cultivators were already a common sight now. While Emperor Realm Masters flew to and fro through the sky, the law enforcement teams not even daring to meddle with them. Yang Kai headed towards where the Qin family resided. A young servant wearing a round cap stood at the entrance, and when he saw Yang Kai walk over, he asked respectfully, Sir, may this little one ask whom you are seeking? Qin Yao Zhang, patriarch of the Qin family. Please pass on the message for me. Yang Kai responded. You're here to see the patriarch? The servant was a little stunned and asked carefully, May I ask for your name? Just tell him that someone surnamed Yang has come to visit. The servant nodded his head, excused himself, and headed into the residence. Yang Kai stood outside with both hands behind his back, but seeing no movements for a long while, he frowned and probed into the Qin family with his divine sense. From what he could see with his divine sense, things were not much different from when he left back then. The Qin family did not seem to have gained much from Maplewood City's rise, but that was not hard to understand. The Qin family was just a small family to begin with, so although Maplewood City had expanded rapidly, it was too difficult for the Qin family to reap any significant benefits. But overall, the cultivators in the Qin family had improved in strength, likely due to the now rich world energy in Maplewood City. Qin Yu. Suddenly, Yang Kai noticed Qin Yu's figure inside one of the secret rooms. After not seeing her for a few years, this little girl had actually reached the second-order Dao Source realm. Her weak self in the past had been cast off, and her figure had matured quite a lot, with a rosy complexion now adorning her face instead of a pale one. From the looks of it, she was currently in retreat inside a cultivation room. As expected of the world tribulation body, even though she had been facing a fatal disaster, after overcoming it she had received a giant opportunity. Qin Yu, who was cultivating, suddenly opened her eyes as if she had sensed something, and her beautiful gaze suddenly looked towards Yang Kai's direction through the many layers of obstructions. A mysterious light flashed across her eyes as if they could pierce through space to see into the very essence of things. Fated fortune, heavenly pupil. Yang Kai was stunned and quickly used his divine sense to isolate himself and conceal his presence as he stood there awkwardly, scratching his nose. If Qin Yu, who was only a second-order Dao Source realm, really found out that he was spying on her, he would have no face left at all. But Qin Yu's changes still shocked Yang Kai. Not to mention her cultivation shooting up, that fated fortune heavenly pupil also seemed to have become far stronger and more profound. He was an Emperor Realm Master with extremely strong soul cultivation, but he was still discovered by Qin Yu when he secretly probed the residence. If Qin Yu were to fully mature, one could imagine how powerful she could become. Divine sense shifting away, Yang Kai continued looking around other places in the Qin family. Inside the secret room, Qin Yu frowned a little, a suspicious look on her face. She clearly felt a spying gaze just now, but when she chased after it, it suddenly disappeared. There were two possibilities in this situation. Either it was just a misconception, or the cultivation of the person probing around was far higher than her own. Qin Yu figured that it was the latter. Masters often come and go from Maplewood City, and it was normal for them to inadvertently sweep across this place with their senses. The main point was that Qin Yu didn't feel any malice from that probe, and since that was the case, there was no problem. Sir Luo, this Qin really can't help it. Please, could you please be lenient for another few days? When Yang Kai's divine sense swept over a certain room, he suddenly found Qin Zhaoyang's trail, but at this moment, the latter had a bitter look on his face and was pleading about something to a luxuriously dressed man. Next to him, two maidservants stood there, pale-faced and trembling. Can't help it. The young man surnamed Luo sneered at Qin Zhaoyang. Even if you can't, find a way to get it done. It doesn't matter if you have to steal or rob to get it done. I don't need to teach you something as simple as that, do I? Qin Yao Zhang's face changed and he exclaimed, How could I possibly do such a thing? You can't. The man surnamed Luo grunted before suddenly pointing at the two maidservants to the side and shouting, Open your dog eyes wide and take a look at these two harlots you sent over today. You think these lowly whores are worthy of serving this young lord? The two maidservants with low cultivation paled instantly when they were pointed at by this man and kneeled down instantly, bodies trembling all over, seemingly very afraid of him. Qin Yaozhang had a bitter face. For a man as old as him to have spittle sprayed over his face by someone who could be his grandson made him furious, and yet he could not vent that anger. In fact, the two maidservants he brought over were by no means bad in appearance. They looked quite delicate actually, but the requirements of this young man surnamed Luo were simply too high and he would accept nothing short of excellent. What's more, he demanded a different woman each day. All the prettier maidservants of the Qin family had already been ravished by him, and Qin Zhaoyang had also brought a number of outside maidservants into the Qin family, but he still could not meet the needs of this youth. It seems like your Qin family doesn't need to be sheltered by this young lord anymore. Fine, this young lord also can't be bothered, but I'm sure Patriarch Qin knows what the end of the Du family was better than I. Saying that, the young man surnamed Luo began to walk out. Qin Zhaoyang's face changed and he hurried to stop him. Sir Luo, please wait. The young man coldly snorted. What else do you have to say? Qin Zhaoyang said with a look of difficulty. Please, Sir Luo, give me 2 days. No, 1 day. This Qin will definitely think of a way to satisfy Sir Luo. Upon hearing this, the young man surnamed Luo sighed. Patriarch Qin, it has not been a short time since this young lord came to your Qin family, and since this young lord took up residence here, what sort of people dared to find trouble with you or your family? Not a one, Qin Zhaoyang quickly answered. This young man was not easy to serve, and his lust was simply bottomless. He would not be pleased without a woman every day. Even though the Qin family was not one of those big families, they still had the ability to find some beautiful maidservants, but the main issue was the fact that this guy changed women too quickly. They could send over 2 beautiful maidservants, but he would ask for new ones in just a few days. Just like a breeding horse, this young man seemed to only live for enjoying himself. But what he said was undoubtedly true. No one had come to find trouble with the Qin family since he arrived. On the other hand, the Du family offended a master some days ago, and they were completely uprooted. A family of over 100 people were exterminated overnight, from their patriarch right down to their servants. The rules in Maplewood City were not as strict as Spirit Lake City, and even though there existed a city lord's mansion to maintain order, how could a few weaklings deter the gathered masses? Many masters had no regard for the city lord's mansion and acted however they pleased in the dark despite seemingly obeying the law on the surface. And it was for that reason that the large families in Maplewood City had all invited someone with strength and status to protect the peace of their family. But of course, the price they had to pay wouldn't be small. What the Qin family had to pay was still on the light side. All they had to do was send a few beautiful maidservants to take care of the young man surnamed Luo every few days. On the other hand, some families had to surrender 70% of their annual earnings to their protectors, which was simply a nightmare. Patriarch Qin is also an understanding man. The young man surnamed Luo smiled and patted Qin Zhaoyang's shoulder. This young lord has a proposal. I wonder if the Qin family patriarch is willing to accept it. Qin Zhaoyang's heart jumped as he couldn't help but have a bad feeling in his gut hearing this. However, he could only grit his teeth and say, this Qin is willing to listen. The cultivator surnamed Luo grinned meaningfully and whispered, doesn't Patriarch Qin have an outstanding granddaughter? As long as... Absolutely not. Qin Zhaoyang was shocked and quickly refused. The extreme lust of this cultivator surnamed Luo was precisely the reason why he had Qin Yu enter retreat in that secret room, telling her not to come out for any reason. He didn't expect that this incarnation of lust would still have his eyes on her even after that. Ever since Xianxia returned from the 4 Seasons realm and brought back the tribulation fruit, resolving the danger of Qin Yu's world tribulation body, Qin Yu had shown extraordinary aptitude for cultivation. In just a few short years, she had already reached the second-order Dao Source realm, and in time there may even be the possibility of her ascending to the Emperor realm. The Qin family's future rested on Qin Yu's shoulders. Not to mention his most precious granddaughter. Qin Zhaoyang couldn't use any of his descendants as a bargaining chip. As for the maidservants he bought in order to serve that cultivator surnamed Luo, Qin Zhaoyang explained the situation to them and only took them back to the Qin family after they themselves agreed. Qin Yu would never agree to such a thing, and Qin Zhaoyang would never consider it either. Why not? The young man's face turned dark as if his majesty was being challenged. This won't do. Anything but this. Qin Zhaoyang waved his hands repeatedly. His staunch refusal angered the young man instantly and he shouted, You say no, but this young lord doesn't see any problem with it. Rest assured, as long as your granddaughter can commit her body to this young lord, anything is negotiable with the Qin family. I will go and look for her now. You need not get involved. While speaking, he began to walk out as if he had long known where Qin Yu was. Qin Zhaoyang was shocked and appalled. He wanted to stop that cultivator surnamed Luo, but he ended up grabbing empty air as the latter slipped away like a loach. When the cultivator surnamed Luo opened the door to leave though, he was stunned to find someone blocking his path. Make way! The young man surnamed Luo was in a hurry to look for Qin Yu, so how could he still have any mind to stay here? As such, without hesitation, he thrust his palm out. The man blocking his path, however, didn't even try to dodge, instead lifting his hand lightly and poking out with the tip of his finger towards the cultivator surnamed Luo's palm. A piercing pain suddenly filled the young man surnamed Luo's body, and as if he had been struck by lightning, he shivered and leapt back, finally looking up in shock and horror and shouting, "Who?" Qin Zhaoyang was also stunned at the sudden situation, and it wasn't until the smell of blood reached the tip of his nose that he came back to his senses. Looking up, he was dumbfounded as he called out, "Little brother Yang!" Qin Zhaoyang was staring blankly at the figure blocking the doorway. He didn't think that Yang Kai would actually appear at this critical moment, and even managed to injure Luo Ping with a single finger. But then Qin Zhaoyang began to panic. Yang Kai may not know who Luo Ping was, but he did. He was simply not someone that they could afford to provoke. If that wasn't the case, Luo Ping wouldn't have been qualified to protect the Qin family. Patriarch Qin, I trust you've been well since we last met. Yang Kai smiled. At this time, the young servant with the round cap appeared behind Yang Kai with a bitter look on his face as he said, "Patriarch, this man said he wanted to see you. This little one came to report, but didn't dare to enter when he heard the commotion inside." Qin Zhaoyang waved his hand. "You may excuse yourself." The boy with the cap quickly ran off as if he'd been pardoned. "Who is your excellency? And why have you acted so viciously towards this young lord?" Luo Ping gritted his teeth and shouted. Yang Kai's finger had pierced through his palm just now, digging a bloody hole into it. "You call this vicious?" Yang Kai grinned. "Compared to what you were about to do, this is nothing much." He then turned to Qin Zhaoyang and asked, "Who is this guy?" After listening for so long, Yang Kai still hadn't figured out who this young man was, but Qin Zhaoyang seemed quite afraid of him. Qin Zhaoyang had a troubled look on his face, but before he could speak, Luo Ping shouted, "This young lord is a disciple of Star Soul Palace. You dare hurt me? You're dead." Star Soul Palace? Yang Kai frowned. Luo Ping sneered. "What's wrong? Scared? If you're scared, then get down on your knees and kowtow to this young lord. Perhaps I could even spare your life." "Is he really a Star Soul Palace disciple?" Yang Kai looked solemnly at Qin Zhaoyang. Qin Zhaoyang smiled bitterly. "It's true." Yang Kai nodded. "One could not impersonate a Star Soul Palace casually. One may not necessarily find themselves in any trouble if they impersonated the disciples of one of the 3 top sects in the Southern Territory as long as they weren't caught. But if anyone tried to impersonate a Star Soul Palace disciple, they would surely invite disaster upon themselves. This young man in front of him had a 3rd-order Dao Source Realm cultivation, which was not considered bad, and he also had a firm aura. He wasn't too old, so he was probably from a big sect, and since Qin Zhaoyang confirmed it, he must have verified his identity beforehand. In other words, this Luo Ping really was a disciple of Star Soul Palace. No wonder his tone of speech was so arrogant, not even showing any fear in front of an Emperor Realm Master like Yang Kai. It turned out it was because of his identity as a Star Soul Palace disciple. "Kneel!" Holding his bleeding hand, Luo Ping shouted at Yang Kai once more through gritted teeth. Yang Kai slowly raised his palm, Emperor Qi condensing on it as he said indifferently, "I'll give you 3 breaths to scram from here. If you're still here after 3 breaths, then I'll help Star Soul Palace clean up its sect by disposing of you." Luo Ping was stunned and he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He thought that this man would surely panic when he heard of his identity, but he didn't expect to be completely disregarded and for the other party to even boast so shamelessly. Dispose of him on behalf of Star Soul Palace? Was there something wrong with this man's head? He was a Star Soul Palace disciple. "Don't be rash, Yang Kai." Qin Zhaoyang's face went pale with shock. If Luo Ping really died here in their Qin family, then the Qin family would be done for. Yang Kai. Upon hearing how Qin Zhaoyang called this man though, Luo Ping's eyes bulged. Finally, he carefully observed Yang Kai before his face began to fill with terror. He suddenly remembered the notice he had received from the sect some time ago, and the name and description of a certain individual that matched greatly with this man in front of him. Is he the same Yang Kai? If the one who stood before him really was Yang Kai, then his identity as a Star Soul Palace disciple naturally wouldn't be able to deter him. When he saw the power condensing even more on Yang Kai's palm, how could Luo Ping dare to remain any longer? In a flash, he scurried outside, fleeing the Qin family as swift as the wind, without a single word of complaint. Qin Zhaoyang was stunned and looked in the direction where Luo Ping disappeared, confused. What was going on? A Star Soul Palace disciple actually fled like a panicked stray dog. Was he seeing things? Even if Yang Kai revealed his Emperor Realm cultivation, it shouldn't have scared him like this. Regardless of anything else, Luo Ping was still a Star Soul Palace disciple, right? Qin Zhaoyang was even beginning to doubt the authenticity of Luo Ping's identity now. In a small alley in Maplewood City, Luo Ping stopped with a pale face. Releasing his divine sense and not finding Yang Kai's aura anywhere nearby, he finally let out a gasp of relief and collapsed to the ground without any care for his image, all his arrogance and pride thrown to the wayside. He still felt palpitations and fear even now, and he couldn't stop his hands from shaking. His identity as a Star Soul Palace disciple was not false, and he was even an inner disciple who had some status in the sect. For a disciple like him, he could show no regard to most Emperor Realm cultivators he passed in the Southern Territory, but that man called Yang Kai was different. He was different from all the other emperors out there. Luo Ping received a notice from the sect some time ago, informing all the disciples outside to keep an eye out for the whereabouts of a certain person. And that person was Yang Kai. Luo Ping previously had no idea why the sect would need to keep track of this person, and it wasn't until he bumped into a senior brother in Spirit Lake City and probed around a little that he discovered why. This Yang Kai was actually related to the murder of Elder Tanjun Hao and Deacon Wu Ming. What's more, all signs indicated that the two of them were killed at Yang Kai's hand. This matter was confirmed by more than 20 Emperor Realm Masters from various sects in the Southern Territory, so there was no doubt about its authenticity. Elder Tan was one of the only 4 Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters in Star Soul Palace. He had profound knowledge in cultivation and was a shrewd man, yet he was actually killed by Yang Kai. When he heard this news, Luo Ping couldn't believe it at all. Even a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master could be killed, so in comparison, Wu Ming's death didn't seem so shocking. The deaths of an elder and a deacon of Star Soul Palace were a big deal, and the entire sect took it very seriously. Countless people were searching for this man called Yang Kai. You dare hurt me? You're dead. Dead. Luo Ping gritted his teeth in anger and quickly took out a communication artifact before checking his surroundings sneakily. Only then did he send his divine sense into the artifact and send out a message. After receiving a response, Luo Ping grinned sinisterly. Reinforcements will be arriving in Maplewood City in a few days. Let's see how you die then. Back at the Qin family, Yang Kai, who had learned the truth, was silent for a long time. After hearing Qin Zhaoyang's explanation that Star Soul Palace disciple called Luo Ping was someone that the Qin family had actively invited to protect them, and that Maplewood City had become somewhat turbulent recently. The rise of Maplewood City attracted many masters, and the major families who had occupied favorable conditions and had an advantageous position in the past could now only eke out a living in the cracks due to their lack of strength. 2 great families had already even been destroyed. It was thanks to Luo Ping's protection that the Qin family survived. Though Luo Ping didn't ask for cultivation resources, he had quite an interest in women, and he could even be described as insatiable. This made it impossible for Qin Zhaoyang to satisfy him, leading to today's events. Yang Kai, you should hurry and leave. Luo Ping will surely contact Star Soul Palace, so it won't be wise for you to remain here long. Qin Zhaoyang warned him, worried. Yang Kai simply waved his hand though and commented lightly, "No matter. Those people from Star Soul Palace may not even come. But if they do, it will allow me to settle a grudge I have with them. He had killed Tan Jun Hao and Wu Ming, so Star Soul Palace definitely wouldn't let the matter rest. No matter what, they would want an explanation from Yang Kai. Otherwise, it would be a challenge to the status of Star Soul Palace. Yang Kai never thought of hiding either. If it were in the past, then Yang Kai would only be able to look up to a great emperor sect, but now, he had the capital to negotiate with Star Soul Palace. And, since the Bright Moon Great Emperor had the ability to ascend to the peak of the star boundary, he was surely someone who could be reasoned with. The 20 or so pawns Yang Kai had set up in Flowing Shadow City would now also play their role. Qin Zhao Yang was at a loss. The one Yang Kai provoked was a Star Soul Palace disciple, not some run-of-the-mill disciple from a somewhat important sect. So how could Yang Kai still be so calm and relaxed? Yang Kai smiled and swiftly changed the subject. Forget about me. Where will the Qin family go now? As soon as these words came out, Qin Zhao Yang was stunned, unable to speak for a long time. Finally, he just heaved a long sigh. Not only did the Qin family lose Luo Ping's protection, they even offended him. Life was likely going to be difficult for them from now on, and Qin Zhao Yang feared there was no longer any place for them in Maplewood City. I don't know, but we definitely have to leave Maplewood City. Qin Zhao Yang seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. Where will you go if you leave Maplewood City? The entire Southern Territory is Star Soul Palace's domain. Qin Zhao Yang could not answer. Indeed, even if they left Maplewood City, they would still have to face retaliation. That was unless they left the Southern Territory and escaped Star Soul Palace's jurisdiction. But how could it be so easy to execute such a plan? Yang Kai said, "Why don't I arrange a place for you to stay?" Qin Zhao Yang looked up. Where? The Northern Territory, Yang Kai revealed. Qin Zhao Yang's mouth widened, but then he smiled bitterly. The journey is too long, and the cultivations of my Qin family's disciples aren't very high. We can't travel that far. It's not as far as you think. As long as the Patriarch Qin agrees, I can send you to the Northern Territory within 10 days. 10 days? Qin Zhao Yang was shocked. His first thought was that this was impossible, but after more consideration, there was still a hint of possibility. Of course, that would require the use of things available only in the legends. Can we really reach the Northern Territory in just 10 days? Qin Zhao Yang asked in a trembling voice. If that truly was possible, then the Qin family could definitely escape this disaster. The Northern Territory and the Southern Territory were worlds apart, and Star Soul Palace's reach didn't extend that far. Absolutely. Yang Kai nodded sincerely. If Patriarch Qin trusts me, then I can arrange it immediately. We can set off in 2 days. There was a look of struggle in Qin Zhao Yang's eyes for a moment. He would like to believe Yang Kai, but this matter was related to the future of his entire family, so he had to be cautious. Yang Kai smiled. I will definitely not disappoint Patriarch Qin. In fact, Yang Kai had not intended to bring the Qin family to High Heaven Palace. He had just come over to take a look at how they were doing. But since the Qin family was in a desperate situation now, it didn't matter for him to bring them along as well. Whether a shepherd had to herd one sheep or a flock of them, it was still herding in the end. It didn't make much difference to Yang Kai. And in this way, he could also come out with a harvest of Qin Yu. With the cultivation aptitude that Qin Yu had now, it was very likely she would reach the Emperor realm in the future, which would also be another source of power for High Heaven Palace. This could only bring good to a sect and no harm. Maplewood City, Violet Source Chamber of Commerce Branch. Maplewood City was not like the past. It had risen quickly in recent years, and as one of the 2 major chambers of commerce in the Southern Territory, Violet Source Chamber of Commerce naturally set up a large branch here, one that had an Emperor Realm Master managing it. The constant flow of cultivators coming and going from Maplewood City and Spirit Lake City nearby brought a lot of commerce to the region, which was naturally a matter of great importance to Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. With 50 stores of all sorts under the name of this branch, as well as a sizable auction house, Violet Source Chamber of Commerce had been making a lot of money in Maplewood City during these years. When he walked into Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, Yang Kai looked around and found many cultivators inside, most of them discussing quietly with each other, while some browsed through the goods on display here. The hall was very big, and the construction was also impressive. The financial strength of the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce was quite clear to see from this. At the corner, several pretty young girls who were whispering to each other immediately sent one of them over when Yang Kai walked in. This young girl stood in front of Yang Kai and bowed elegantly. "Greetings, sir. May I know if there's anything sir needs?" Yang Kai could tell at a glance that this was one of the attendants specially trained to receive customers. This was a common sight in many chambers of commerce. The young girl was not very old, only about 30 or so. She was good-looking and had a sweet smile while her voice was gentle and soothing, enough so to give any customers a pleasant impression. Yang Kai smiled. "I have some business that I wish to discuss with your Chamber of Commerce." The pretty young girl's eyes lit up. Attendants like her loved hearing words like these the most because every successful deal would grant them a commission. Even though the commission wasn't great, if they managed to pull in a big deal, they wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources for the next few years. She could see that Yang Kai had an extraordinary bearing, so she was even more excited. In an instant, the young girl became very enthusiastic and spoke with a charming smile. "May I know what sort of business sir is interested in discussing? This maidservant can settle anything under 10 million source crystals directly." "Low-rank source crystals?" Yang Kai asked. "Yes." The girl nodded. Yang Kai smiled. "Then please ask your manager to come out." The girl was stunned, but she quickly realized that the business this man was interested in was beyond her ability to handle. 10 million low-rank source crystals was a huge number for her, but it may not be much for some people, especially those in the Emperor realm. It seemed like that was the kind of business this sir was interested in. The girl responded seriously, "Sir, please accompany me to a private room while I facilitate your request." Yang Kai nodded lightly and followed the girl. Soon, they arrived at a private room where the young girl settled Yang Kai down and served tea. "Sir, please wait for a moment. This maidservant will go ask Sir Manager to come over." Yang Kai remained as still as a mountain, but just as the girl was about to leave, he suddenly asked, "By the way, have you heard of a man called Kong Si-ran?" Shopkeeper Kong was the first friend he made in Maplewood City, and it was all thanks to his lead that Yang Kai was able to obtain Gong Sun Mu's inheritance. Only, Maplewood City was too small back then and Kong Si-ran had been transferred away by Violet Source Chamber of Commerce after he broke through to the Dao Source Realm. And Yang Kai had no idea where he had been transferred to. It had been more than a decade since they last saw each other. Now that Yang Kai was back here, he naturally thought about Kong Si-ran again. He had only asked this question casually, but he didn't expect to receive a surprising response from the girl. "Sir knows Manager Kong?" "Ah!" Yang Kai was stunned. The girl smiled. "If Sir knows Manager Kong, then should this maidservant invite him over to discuss with you?" Yang Kai raised a brow. "Kong Si-ran is here?" "That's right, Manager Kong is also in this branch." This was an unexpected surprise for Yang Kai. He didn't think that he would get this answer from just a casual question and nodded. "Good. Ask him to come." "Yes," the girl answered, bowed, and withdrew, closing the door behind her. Inside the private room, Yang Kai sipped on his tea and waited quietly. A short while later, a knock came from the door, to which Yang Kai smiled and called out, "Please come in." The door was pushed open, and Kong Si-ran's figure came into Yang Kai's view. For eyes meeting, Kong Si-ran was amazed and exclaimed, Brother Yang. We meet again, Brother Kong." Yang Kai cupped his fists with a smile. Kong Si-ran was both surprised and delighted, shutting the door behind him before saying, "I was wondering which old acquaintance had come to see me, but it turns out to be Brother Yang. It must have been more than 10 years since we last met. Hasn't it?" "Indeed. Brother Kong, come sit down so we can talk." Kong Si-ran was quite excited to see Yang Kai again after so long. After all, it was all thanks to the Dao Source pill Yang Kai gave him that he was able to reach the Dao Source realm. If not for that favor, Kong Si-ran would still be stuck at the peak of the Origin King realm, unable to advance, missing out on all the strength and status he held today. Over the past 10 years or so, Kong Si-ran's cultivation had reached the second-order Dao Source realm, so it seemed like he had been working hard this past decade and had been properly cultivating. After sitting down, Kong Si-ran couldn't help but sigh. thinking that back in the day he and Xianxia were both mere origin kings, and they had also gone through fire and water together. It almost felt like a lifetime ago when he last saw him. "Brother Kong, weren't you transferred away? How did you end up back in Maplewood City?" Xianxia asked curiously. Kong Ran laughed. "Maplewood City is different now, and the headquarters naturally pays more attention to this place as well. Though this Kang's cultivation is not considered high, I had still lived here for half my life and am quite familiar with the situation here in Maplewood City, so I was sent back here. Maplewood City was a good place now, and there were many people from the headquarters hoping to come to this place. If it weren't for Kong Ran's natural advantages, he wouldn't have even been considered for his current position with his low cultivation. But even so, Kong Ran was likely going to be transferred again soon, because the branch had already established a firm foothold here, and they were gradually growing familiar with Maplewood City. They didn't need his guidance that much anymore, so when the time came, someone with higher cultivation and stronger connections would come to take his place. "So, that's how it is. This is good news." Xianxia nodded, unaware of the intricacies inside the Chamber of Commerce. Kong Ran just smiled and did not try to explain. After all, the goings-on inside the Chamber of Commerce were a family matter. Even though he and Xianxia had a good relationship, there was no need to mention such things. Do. There was a sudden knock at the door. As soon as the knocking stopped, the door was opened before Xianxia and Kong Ran could even respond. Following that, a well-dressed young man walked in with a smile. Upon seeing this man, Kong Ran's face sank instantly and he frowned. "Gu Hong, what are you doing? Can't you see that I'm talking business with a customer?" This Gu Hong was too impudent, entering the private room without even receiving permission. It was fortunate that Xianxia was the one sitting here and not anyone else. Otherwise, Kong Ran wouldn't know how to explain the situation to them. In the worst-case scenario, this may even make customers think that Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's commitment to confidentiality wasn't sincere, resulting in a failed business deal. Faced with Kong Ran's questioning, Gu Hong completely ignored him and instead smiled at Xianxia. "Welcome. This one is Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's branch manager Gu Hong. May I know what to call you, friend?" Xianxia glanced at Kong Ran, then at Gu Hong, a light flickering in his eyes as he smirked, but did not speak. Not receiving a response, Gu Hong's expression turned a little awkward, but he still persisted. "Please forgive this humble one for interrupting, but Manager Kang's abilities are somewhat lacking. So this Gu was worried that business would have been lost if entrusted to his hands. That is why this Gu came uninvited. Please forgive my forwardness." Xianxia narrowed his eyes. "Manager Kong isn't competent? Why do you say that?" Gu Hong smiled. "He has managed to settle only 3 deals in the last year. What would this be if not incompetence?" Kong Ran's face turned dark as he said coldly. "If no one tried to interfere, then this Kong would have accomplished more deals." Gu Hong responded, "Manager Kong need not be angry. This Gu interfered in your business for your own good. You are going to be transferred in a few days, so settling business will be troublesome when the time comes. As such, why not hand things over for this Gu to manage now?" Kong Ran grunted. "Is this Kong supposed to thank you?" Gu Hong smiled. "We are all members from the same Chamber of Commerce. There's no need for thanks." Then he turned back to Xianxia. "This friend, if you truly wish to do business, this Gu is willing to be of assistance. I will be open and tell you now that Manager Kong will indeed be transferred from here soon, so if you have any business, why not discuss it with this Gu instead? This Gu guarantees your satisfaction." Xianxia turned to look at Kong Ran. "You're being transferred again?" Kong Ran let out a sigh. It was by his own will to be transferred out of Maplewood City back then because the city was too small and poor. There was no future for him staying here at the time, but things were different now. Maplewood City was just like a fragrant meat bun that everyone wanted a bite of, so how could he be willing to transfer? But he was powerless in this matter. Xianxia nodded in understanding before saying, "This Yang appreciates Manager Gu's kindness, but I am old acquaintances with Manager Kong, and we share a life-and-death friendship. That is why I wish to discuss this deal with Manager Kong." "Is that so?" Gu Hong was stunned before quickly smiling. In that case, this Gu will not stay and be a pest. Please excuse me. Yang Kai's words told him that he most likely wouldn't be able to snatch this deal. So he did not waste any more time and quickly withdrew. Soon, the only ones left in the room were Yang Kai and Kong Si Ran. Yang Kai asked, "Brother Kong, do you not wish to leave Maplewood City?" Kong Si Ran nodded. The Southern Territory may have a few branches comparable to the one in Maplewood City, but I won't be able to enter them. If I get transferred away this time, then coming back will be difficult. I understand. Yang Kai nodded. Kong Si Ran smiled. If it's fate, let it be. Let's not talk about me anymore. What sort of deal are you here to make this time around, Brother Yang? Yang Kai looked serious. I want to purchase space spirit crystals and space spirit jade. Kong Si Ran stroked the beard on his chin as he mused. These two are the main materials used to produce space rings. They aren't hard to find, and we have some in stock here in the branch. How much does Brother Yang need? How much does your branch have? Yang Kai asked. Kong Si Ran answered, "Let me see." While saying that, he took out a jade slip to check. After a while, he looked up and told him, around 30 million mid-rank source crystals worth, but since it is Brother Yang, I can offer you a 10% discount on however much you wish to purchase. Unfortunately, that is my limit. Good. I'll want it all. All of it. Kong Si Ran was shocked. That was 30 million mid-rank source crystals worth, not 30 million low-rank source crystals. Even if it was exchanged for high-rank source crystals, it would still be worth 300,000 pieces. All of it. Yang Kai nodded sincerely. Kong Si Ran immediately realized that this may be the biggest deal he had ever made. With this, even if he was transferred, he wouldn't be transferred to the middle of nowhere. Before his pleasant surprise could fade though, Yang Kai continued, in addition, I also wish to entrust Brother Kong to continue acquiring space spirit crystals and space spirit jade for me. I'll take as much as you can gather. Kong Si Ran drew a breath of cold air. Space spirit crystal and space spirit jade were the basic materials used to refine space rings, but they were not considered very valuable items in the star boundary. Many cultivators kept a dozen or more space rings on them at all times. But this couldn't be helped as it was far easier to toss over a space ring directly during a trade. As such, demand for these two materials wasn't too big or too small. Since Yang Kai decided to take all the 30 million mid-rank source crystals worth of their stock in one breath, and even wanted to continue gathering more, just how many space rings was he intending to refine? Kong Si Ran calmed himself down before answering. This branch only has 30 million mid-rank source crystals worth, but we should have more in stock at headquarters. We can also send more over from the other branches. Brother Yang, are you sure you want all of them? It's not going to be a small amount of money. If each branch had 30 million mid-rank source crystals worth of materials, then 10 branches would be 300 million, and 100 would become 3 billion. Violet Source Chamber of Commerce has hundreds of branches in the Southern Territory. So if he really intended to take everything, then it would definitely cost upwards of tens of millions of high-rank source crystals. Tens of millions of high-rank source crystals. This was definitely going to be a gigantic deal. If this deal was successful, then this merit alone would be enough for Kong Si Ran to be promoted to a branch president. Only his cultivation was a little poor and was not enough to convince the public. After all, the Chamber of Commerce had its rules. Only Emperor Realm Masters could assume the role of branch president. If someone else had come to Kong Si Ran with a deal like this, then he wouldn't have tried to persuade them against it and would just agree to it, but the one bringing in this business was Yang Kai, so how could Kong Si Ran not be concerned for his sake? Worried that Yang Kai didn't know the weight of the numbers, Kong Si Ran even made a point to highlight the figures for him. I'm sure. Yang Kai smiled. Unless Brother Kong is unable to facilitate such a deal? Kong Si Ran was frank. For a deal of this size, a small manager like me really can't make the final decision. Yang Kai was just casually making a joke, but he didn't expect it to be true and he couldn't help but be surprised. Kong Si Ran said, Brother Yang, if you're really interested in this deal, then this Kong will go and ask the president to come and talk to you personally. Yang Kai responded, Good, please wait a moment. After saying that, Kong Si Ran immediately headed out of the room. Outside the door, Gu Hong smiled when he saw Kong Si Ran walk out. Manager Kong, how is the discussion going? Do you need this Gu's help? Kong Si Ran grunted. I won't trouble you, Manager Gu. Gu Hong sneered lightly and flicked his sleeve. Can't appreciate kindness. He had to maintain the image of the Chamber of Commerce in front of Yang Kai and naturally couldn't be impolite. But there was no need for him to be patient with Kong Si Ran. Seeing Kong Si Ran head straight upstairs, though, Gu Hong frowned. It was almost as if Kong Si Ran was intending to go see the branch president. Could it be that the business was big enough that even a manager was unable to make the call? Gu Hong suddenly panicked. If that were the case, then Kong Si Ran would receive a huge merit from this transaction, and might even be able to secure his position in the branch. Worry began to show on Gu Hong's face. A short time from now, someone with a strong background would be transferred from the headquarters in order to take on the manager position, but the number of managers in each branch was set, so if someone came down from above, then one of the current managers here would have to give up their position. Originally, according to performance and cultivation, the person who would have to give up his position was definitely Kong Si Ran, but if he managed to secure his position with a big deal, it may become Gu Hong's turn to be transferred. Regardless of who it was, someone had to go. Maplewood City was a good place with many cultivators and plenty of business opportunities. So how could Gu Hong bear to leave? A year of hard work here was worth 2 or 3 years of hard work in other branches, which was why he was constantly making things hard for Kong Si Ran and snatching away his business. Everything was in order to cut off all hope of Kong Si Ran staying here and forcing him to be transferred away. But now, he could possibly lose everything. This made Gu Hong both shocked and angry. While his thoughts were in turmoil, he saw the president walking down with Kong Si Ran as he had expected. Gu Hong's face sank as he realized this business was truly large enough to move even the president himself. Just how big a deal could this be? Gu Hong felt disgruntled as he wondered how Kong Si Ran could have such good luck. In front of the private room, Kong Si Ran knocked gently on the door and only opened it after receiving Yang Kai's response. He then stood aside and said respectfully, "President, please." A short, elderly man stepped in and looked at Yang Kai with a sharp gaze. Yang Kai raised his brows and got up, cupping his fists. "Greetings, President Luo." The branch president in charge here in Maplewood City actually turned out to be Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's Vice President Lu Qi. It could be seen from this how important the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce regarded Maplewood City. Yang Kai had seen this man before in his early years, and naturally wouldn't have forgotten him so quickly. "You know this old master?" Lu Qi was a bit surprised. Even though he was the vice president of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, and also the branch president of Maplewood City, he usually kept to himself, so barely anyone saw him nowadays. As such, he was naturally surprised that Yang Kai was able to recognize him at first glance. But upon closer inspection, Yang Kai seemed vaguely familiar, as if he'd met him somewhere before. Lu Qi was even more surprised when he released his divine sense as he discovered that the cultivation of this young man in front of him was actually no worse than his. They were both first-order emperors. When he heard Kong Si Ran's report that a friend of his had come to discuss a large deal, Lu Qi didn't think much about it. After all, what sort of friend could a man with Kong Si Ran's cultivation have? But now he realized that he was wrong. This young man was an Emperor Realm Master. Immediately putting away his contempt, Luo Qi smiled. "This old master seems to have met this little friend somewhere." Yang Kai smiled back. "This junior was there when Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda was opened in Maplewood City. I was also there when the Four Seasons realm opened." Lu Qi thought for a moment before his eyes lit flashed. "You are Yang Kai?" Lu Qi's face sank as he shouted. "Your courage isn't small. How dare you show yourself so openly?" His attitude changed so quickly that Kong Si Ran was taken aback. He had no idea what Yang Kai had done to offend Lu Qi. Yang Kai was also stunned, but quickly, he understood Luo Qi's reaction. It must have something to do with Star Soul Palace. There were certain things that Kong Si Ran may not be able to come across, but Lu Qi certainly wasn't uninformed. Smiling, Yang Kai commented, "If my conscience is clear, why wouldn't I dare to show myself?" Lu Qi eyed him. "Indeed, you have the courage, but I'm not sure how your fate will be." Yang Kai said, President Luo, are you interested in discussing business? Or are we going to leave things at this? If you're not interested, I can look for Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. I assume that they would be very interested in this deal. Of course we can discuss business. Why wouldn't we be able to? Lu Qi grunted. Yang Kai had deliberately used the old rival of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce to provoke him. It was clearly bait, but business was still business, and Lu Qi wouldn't let any opportunity slip past him. With a gesture from Yang Kai, Lu Qi sat down. Little friend, please sit as well. Yang Kai glanced at Kang Si Ran, who was standing beside Lu Qi. Lu Qi instantly saw this and motioned. Manager Kang, please sit as well. At that same time, he was thinking to himself, does this Yang Kai think so highly of Kang Si Ran? The two of them seemed to share a good relationship. Kang Si Ran was a little intimidated, but since Lu Qi had spoken, he could only sit with them, looking slightly cautious. Lu Qi cut straight to the point. I heard Manager Kang say that the business that this little friend wants to talk about is worth tens of millions of high-rank source crystals? Exactly so. I just don't know if President Luo can swallow such a meal or not. Yang Kai nodded. Lu Qi laughed. There is no business that my Violet Source Chamber of Commerce can't handle. But may I ask what little friend needs so many Space Spirit Crystals and Space Spirit Jade for? Yang Kai smiled. That is not President Luo's concern, is it? Lu Qi was stunned. But then he smiled. It was this old master who asked too much. After a brief silence, he went on. The amount of goods needed by little friend is too high. It is not that this old master doesn't trust little friend. But shouldn't little friend also show some sincerity? As soon as he said that, Yang Kai tossed a space ring over to him. Here is the deposit. President Luo, please see if it's to your satisfaction. Lu Qi took it and swept the contents with his divine sense. Immediately, he could see high-rank source crystals piled up like a mountain, at least 10 million pieces. He instantly became serious as he realized that Yang Kai really did have the capital for this transaction and nodded. Good little friend is a man of integrity, so this old master will be direct as well. Within 2 months, this old master can transfer 40 million high-rank source crystals worth of materials for you. At that time, this old master also hopes that little friend can bring enough source crystals to my Chamber of Commerce for the exchange. Of course. Yang Kai nodded. But I have one condition. Lu Qi urged. Please. Yang Kai looked at Kang Si Ran. I will only hand this matter over to Manager Kang. No one else. Lu Qi frowned. Why is that so? Is it because little friend does not trust my Violet Source Chamber of Commerce? Yang Kai shook his head. How could I not trust your noble chamber's name? It's just that I have a close relationship with Manager Kang, so I feel more comfortable dealing with him. Lu Qi couldn't help but look a little troubled. The reason for that was because Kang Si Ran was definitely going to be transferred in 2 months. When that time came, how was he going to deal with Yang Kai if he wasn't even in Maplewood City? But this business could bring huge profits to the Chamber of Commerce, so Lu Qi couldn't help but consider it carefully. Realizing the situation, Luo Qi looked up and asked, does little friend perhaps intend to help Manager Kang by doing this? He could vaguely guess that Yang Kai intended to keep Kang Si Ran in the affluent Maplewood City, so he shook his head. Little friend's proposal is meaningless. Even though little friend may help Manager Kang stay in Maplewood City for 2 more months, he will still have to be transferred after the materials are delivered. Yang Kai frowned. President Luo really can't do anything about it? Lu Qi explained. This was a decision made by the headquarters. This old master is powerless to interfere. Kang Si Ran was already extremely grateful just for this gesture and was just about to speak when Yang Kai stopped him with a raised hand. What if I say that there is more business I can do with Manager Kang? A long-term cooperation. Luo Qi narrowed his eyes. That will depend on what kind of business it is. Yang Kai casually brushed his hand on the table and a bright, round, and full Longan-sized monster beast core immediately appeared. One that pulsed with rich monster chi. 12th order monster core. Lu Qi was stunned. With a burning gaze, he took the monster core placed on the table and carefully studied it, nodding repeatedly. It's truly a 12th order monster core. 12th order monster cores. They were cores only produced in the bodies of 12th order monster beasts, and 12th order monster beasts were equivalent to Emperor Realm existences. Even he, Lu Qi, was merely a first order Emperor Realm cultivator. If he really encountered a 12th order monster beast, then there was no saying who may win in that fight. If things went wrong, he may even die under the bloody claws of the monster beast. It can be said that 12th order monster cores were rare materials throughout the star boundary. Weak cultivators couldn't get them, and even if a master were to obtain one, they wouldn't sell it easily. After all, monster beast cores have a wide range of uses, and its use in alchemy alone was enough to get countless people fighting for them. But it's a pity, Lu Qi sighed. Kong Si Ran asked, "What's a pity?" He was also shocked. Meeting Yang Kai again, he found that he suddenly didn't recognize him that well anymore. Yang Kai came in, bringing such a large business deal, and now he even took out a 12th order monster core so casually. Fortunately, Yang Kai was still his same old self personality-wise. Kong Si Ran still remembered the time when Yang Kai had just arrived in Maplewood City. Not to say that he was destitute, but poor was not an inaccurate description. How did he become so rich all of a sudden? Compared to Yang Kai, Kong Si Ran felt like he had simply been living the past decade in vain. Unfortunately, this is only the monster core of a 12th order low-rank monster beast, equivalent to a first-order emperor. Lu Qi shook his head while stroking his beard. The same 12th order monster core could have a world of difference in value and price depending on the rank of beast it came from. Just as the Emperor Realm has 3 minor realms, monster beast cores had 3 different ranks in a single order, their value increasing dramatically with each rise in rank. So, how much is a monster core like this worth? Yang Kai asked. Lu Qi declared openly, "If sold to our Chamber of Commerce, the reserve price is 2 million high-rank source crystals. A fair price." Yang Kai nodded lightly. For a 12th order low-rank monster core, this price really was about right. Of course, if you take it to our auction house, it's possible to get as much as 3 million high-rank source crystals. Lu Qi smiled. The business that little friend talked about before couldn't be referring to this, right? This was indeed good business. Monster cores of 12th order monster beasts were always in short supply, but a low-rank monster core wasn't anything to marvel about. They may not be common, but they could still be encountered occasionally at auction houses. Then what about this? Yang Kai tossed something over. Lu Qi caught it by instinct and studied it, his eyes turning wide at once. This is 12th order high rank. Kong Si Ran was also shocked. If a low-rank monster core wasn't here as a comparison, Kong Si Ran may not have the eyes to tell the difference. But when this monster core was compared with the previous one, just the aura it emitted alone was several times stronger than the previous. This was definitely a 12th order high-rank monster core. That was equivalent to a core only producible by a master in the 3rd order Emperor Realm. Little friend, where did you get this? Lu Qi was completely roused and he stood up abruptly. Yang Kai looked at him with a meaningful smile on his face. The corners of Lu Qi's mouth twitched awkwardly. This old master has spoken out of turn. It was not his place to pry, and they also had clear rules in the Chamber of Commerce. If he were to break any of the rules, then he would be punished and may even be expelled even if he was a vice president. Luo Qi was merely too shocked as he had never in his life had the opportunity to encounter a 12th order high-rank monster core before. His hand was clutching hard on that monster core at that moment, unwilling to let go. How much is this monster core worth? Yang Kai asked. 10 million. Lu Qi quickly answered. At least 10 million, that is. If you put it up for auction, it could possibly fetch 15 million. Yang Kai raised a brow. That was because the price difference between the high-rank and low-rank 12th order monster cores was really quite large. So, what do you think about this business? Yang Kai asked with a grin. A big deal indeed. Lu Qi nodded earnestly. Both of the deals Yang Kai came here for totaled over 10 million high-rank source crystals in worth, which was enough for him to meet him personally. This was not a deal that he could casually come across. With these 2 deals under his name, Kong Si Ran's reputation would definitely rise, leaving the rest of the managers in this branch far behind him. But How could this kind of business be a long-term collaboration? Lu Qi frowned. He would like to be able to work with Yang Kai for an extended period of time, but 12th Order monster cores weren't easy to obtain. Luo Qi had no idea where Yang Kai was able to get these 2 monster cores, but he may not be so lucky next time. From now on, I will trade 2 12th Order monster cores with Brother Kong each year with no limits on the grade, until Brother Kong leaves Maplewood City. Lu Qi smiled bitterly. In the end, little friend still wants to keep Manager Kong in Maplewood City. It's not that this old master is unwilling to help, and not that this old master doesn't trust little friend either, but these are 12th Order monster cores. How will little friend? Speaking up to this point, Lu Qi's eyes suddenly went wide as he stared forward dumbfoundedly at the monster cores held between Yang Kai's right-hand fingers. Each one of them, regardless of their size, color, or aura, were exactly the same as the one that he took out in the beginning. Then, when he looked at his left hand and saw a similar scene, Gudong, even Lu Qi, who was used to the strong winds and big waves, couldn't help but gulp at this moment. He was about to take a closer look when Yang Kai flipped both his hands over, and the monster cores suddenly disappeared again. Are they all 12th Order? Lu Qi asked, head buzzing. Yang Kai smiled. Word of mouth is just a rumor, but seeing is believing. Hasn't President Luo seen it himself? Lu Qi grew excited as he asked, little friend, is it possible for you to sell all the monster cores? Absolutely not. Yang Kai refused. Even though he had more monster cores than he could ever possibly use, he wouldn't just sell them off all at once. Lu Qi felt a burst of bitterness. But the monster cores belonged to someone else after all, and it was up to them whether they were willing to sell or not. He couldn't just go up and snatch them from him. After a long sigh, Lu Qi tried to make one last effort. Little friend, if you can sell all of your monster cores to my Chamber of Commerce, then this old master will offer you a very good price. Not selling. Yang Kai waved his hand repeatedly. Lu Qi was dismayed, but he suddenly collected himself. Very well. Little friend does have the capital to cooperate in a long-term exchange with my Chamber of Commerce. From the monster cores that he had seen alone, there were 8 pieces, which was to say that this deal could last for at least 4 years. I will report this matter to the headquarters. As for what decisions they make, this old master is powerless to interfere. Yang Kai smiled. President Luo is too modest. You are at least a vice president and have some say in internal matters. What do you mean you can't interfere? How about this, if I can collaborate long-term with Brother Kong, then I can sell you 2 12th Order monster cores every half year. How does that sound? Half a year, 2 pieces. Lu Qi was stunned before his eyes narrowed and a big smile appeared on his face. Good. Please rest assured, little friend. This old master will make every effort to negotiate a favorable outcome regarding this matter. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Then I shall trouble President Luo. Happy to oblige. Please continue your talk. This old master will go and settle the space spirit crystals and space spirit jade for little friend, so as not to delay your business. After saying that, he stood up and put the 12th Order monster core he was holding into Kong Si Ran's hand, transmitting a few words to him using his divine sense before leaving the room. The doors were shut again, and holding the 2 monster cores, Kong Si Ran had a grateful expression on his face. Brother Yang, thanks are not enough for this kindness. If there is anything this Kong can help you with in the future, please just say the word. Yang Kai waved his hand. Don't worry about it, Brother Kong. I am not doing this only for you, but also myself. Naturally, Kong Si Ran did not believe him and thought he was just being modest. Yang Kai said, I've recently founded a sect, and it is still in its infancy, but I will have a high demand for various materials and resources in the future when it grows. So Violet Source Chamber of Commerce is going to be a very important partner for us. With Brother Kong here, I will definitely not suffer any losses when dealing with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Kong Si Ran was astonished. Brother Yang, you actually founded a sect? This really astonished him. Even though Yang Kai was an Emperor Realm Master, not every emperor had the capabilities to found a sect. Firstly, they had to pick out a good spot, and they also needed a wide range of contacts and sufficient strength. They also had to recruit disciples and whatnot. It was a lot of difficult work. It's nothing big. Yang Kai smiled. Kong Si Ran told him earnestly, "Rest assured, Brother Yang, if your noble sect has any business you wish to conduct with the Chamber of Commerce in the future, then this Kong will certainly do his best for your sake." Yang Kai smiled. "I can rest assured with Brother Kang's help. If at any time you find yourself unhappy with your current position, Brother Kong is always welcome in my sect." Kong Si Ran grinned. "If your noble sect was not going to collaborate with the Chamber of Commerce in the future, then I would go over right now. But if Yang Kai's sect was going to establish a channel of cooperation with Violet Source Chamber of Commerce in the future, it would naturally be better for Yang Kai if Kong Si Ran stayed where he was." After chatting for a while, Kong Si Ran said, "Before the president left just now, he told me that if Brother Yang is willing to sell these 2 monster cores now, we will offer a price of 13 million source crystals for them." Yang Kai told him, "Naturally, I brought these monster cores out to sell. Could there be any other way to sell them?" Kong Si Ran answered, "Since this is our first collaboration, the president told me that he will make things simple for you. You can either sell them directly to us, or you can have us auction them for you, but you won't have that option again in the future." Yang Kai responded without hesitation, "Then I'll just sell it to you directly." Even though he may lose a bit this way compared to them being auctioned off, he would still have to shell out some amount in fees if he entrusts the matter to the Chamber of Commerce. In that case, the amount he gained from selling the monster cores wouldn't be that different. Since he wanted to help Kong Si Ran, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be greedy for those small benefits. "Good." Kong Si Ran nodded. "It just so happens that there's an auction happening tomorrow night. These 2 monster cores should fetch a good price. As for the source crystals for the sale, Brother Yang Kai told him, "Just count it towards the purchase of the Space Spirit Crystal and Space Spirit Jade." "Very well." Kong Si Ran nodded. The way Yang Kai agreed so quickly to the matter made him realize that Yang Kai's wealth may be even more terrifying than he originally thought. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't be so casual when handling tens of millions of high-rank source crystals. "By the way, Brother Kong, there's something I wish to ask." Kong Si Ran answered, "Please, Brother Yang. Will there be any artifact armors for sale in tomorrow's auction? Will an Emperor-grade mid-rank artifact armor satisfy Brother Yang's needs?" Kong Si Ran smiled. "Emperor-grade mid-rank." Yang Kai's expression lifted. "There's an Emperor-grade mid-rank artifact armor for sale in the auction?" Kong Si Ran nodded. "That's right. The finale of the auction tomorrow is going to be this Emperor-grade mid-rank artifact armor." Truly, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. This time, he had primarily come to Violet Source Chamber of Commerce in order to buy Space Spirit Crystals and Space Spirit Jade, so that he could make preparations for arranging space arrays in the future, but his second reason was to find an appropriate artifact armor. Yang Kai's requirements were not that high, but he was still an emperor after all. He was only thinking of looking for an Emperor-grade artifact armor, but he didn't think an Emperor-grade mid-rank one would be available, which was much better than what he expected. He didn't want to end up with shredded clothes, or even winding up naked when he used his dragon transformation secret technique in the future. "Is a private transaction possible?" Yang Kai asked. Most of the items sold in an auction were brought in for sale by cultivators, but many were also found by the auction house itself. No matter which type it was, with the current long-term cooperation that Yang Kai established with Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, he should be eligible to make a private transaction. Kong Si Ran answered with regret, "Not this time, I'm afraid. It may be fine if it were any other item in the auction, but this Emperor-grade mid-rank artifact armor is the highlight of the auction, and it was advertised 3 months ago. There is no way President Luo would agree to sell it to you privately." "Is that so?" Yang Kai wasn't too disappointed. Since it was already announced to be the finale of the auction, they definitely couldn't sell it off privately. The reason being that it would be a huge blow to Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's credibility. "No matter, I will just bid for it when the time comes." Kong Si Ran told him, "Please wait here for a moment, Brother Yang. I'll go and prepare an invitation for you." With that said, he headed outside. After a short wait, Kong Si Ran returned with a gold-stamped invitation, handing it to Yang Kai. The auction will start at 7 tomorrow evening. You should come early, Brother Yang. You may be able to find something you like at the auction. Good. Yang Kai accepted the invitation and stuffed it into his space ring. An incense stick of time later, Yang Kai stepped out from the private room, leaving the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce branch. Only after taking a casual stroll around Maplewood City, purchasing some supplies, and spending away source crystals like water, did Yang Kai return to the Qin family. The Qin family was currently extremely busy as everyone was packing up their things. Even though they were a small family, they had lived and thrived in these lands for a few thousand years already. The Qin family members were a little reluctant to leave this place so suddenly. But under Qin Zhaoyang's orders, they could only obey despite their reluctance, bringing away whatever they could. Yang Kai went around the Qin family, but he didn't see Qin Zhaoyang at all. On the other hand, Qin Yu had already exited her retreat, and when she saw Yang Kai, she walked over to him with a beaming smile. "Big brother Yang." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "It's been a few years since we last saw each other. Your cultivation has improved a lot." He had discovered last time that Qin Yu was already a second-order Dao source realm. Her cultivation speed was extremely fast. It may have something to do with her world tribulation body. For a cultivator with this sort of aptitude, she would definitely be able to grow strong as long as she was given enough time and resources. It's all thanks to Big Brother Yang. With her hands clasped together, Qin Yu stood in front of Yang Kai, speaking gratefully. "Without Big Brother Yang, I would have died at 18. Big Brother Yang is my life savior. This is just your destiny. There's no need to thank me." Yang Kai smiled. "Where's your grandfather?" Qin Yu brushed her hair behind her ear as she answered. "Since we're leaving soon, Grandpa is thinking of selling the deed for the Qin family residence. He should be on his way to the city lord's mansion." After a pause, she asked, "Big Brother Yang, are we really going to the Northern Territory?" "That's right. I heard it's perpetually cold in the Northern Territory, and that wind and snow cover the sky every day." Yang Kai smiled. "The rumors are greatly exaggerated. Though there are indeed places in the Northern Territory that are covered in snow and ice year-round, there are still many places that are beautiful and refreshing like a spring day. The place I will be bringing you all to is the latter kind. Once you're there, you and the Qin family will be able to develop better." Qin Yu's beautiful eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but reveal a look of anticipation. "You should go back to what you were doing. I'm going to rest for a while." After saying that, Yang Kai headed towards the back hall. Looking at his back, Qin Yu's mouth opened, but ultimately, she just sighed. Time passed quickly, and it wasn't until dusk the next day that Yang Kai left his room. Qin Yu was walking back and forth in front of his door, seeming preoccupied with something, but when she heard the noise, she looked over. Seeing Yang Kai, she quickly said, "Big Brother Yang, everyone is prepared." Qin Zhaoyang also came over from the distance and said solemnly, "Brother Yang, the Qin family is ready. When are we leaving?" Yang Kai said, "Leave at midnight and wait 500 kilometers southeast of the city for another group of people who will be joining us." "Who?" Qin Zhaoyang was stunned. "The Zhang family," Yang Kai replied. Qin Zhaoyang nodded. "So, it is them." The Zhang family seemed to have a good relationship with Yang Kai, a fact that Qin Zhaoyang knew about. When Yang Kai left back then, the Qin family also took care of the Zhang family for a time. Unfortunately, as time went on, the Qin family found itself unable to even take care of themselves, so they naturally lost the ability to take care of others. Now, when he heard that the Zhang family was leaving with them, Qin Zhaoyang couldn't help but feel like they were brothers in adversity. "Big Brother Yang, where are you going?" Qin Yu suddenly asked. "To Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's auction. There's something that I wish to buy." Yang Kai responded before he kicked the ground and flew off, only to suddenly reappear several tens of meters away as he turned back to Qin Yu. "Do you want to come along?" Qin Yu's look of anticipation turned into one of joy as her tender body flickered, and she quickly caught up with him. "Let's go," Yang Kai called out, using his Emperor Qi to wrap up Qin Yu before disappearing in a stream of light above the Qin family. The entrance to Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's auction house was decorated with colorful lanterns, and a big red carpet was rolled out on the ground as a bustling crowd gathered around. Kong Si Ran and Gu Hong, the two managers, were standing on either side of the entrance, welcoming guests with smiles on their faces, cupping their fists and exchanging pleasantries with them. Sect Master Lu, I trust you've been well since we last met. An elderly man proudly walked over, and Gu Hong immediately went up to greet him. Lu Dongzheng smiled and returned the greeting. Manager Gu is too courteous. I heard many good things will be showing up in this auction, so I came to join in on the fun. Gu Hong said. Sect Master Lu jests. If you really decided to join in on the fun, then I'm afraid no one else will be able to buy anything. Lu Dongzheng chuckled before nodding. This old master won't hold you up. I'll make myself comfortable. Please forgive me for the lack of hospitality. Sect Master Lu. Gu Hong smiled and made a gesture with his hand. Immediately, a beautiful maidservant came over and led Lu Dongzheng towards the auction hall. Whenever those with status and position arrived, there would be maidservants to lead the way for them, to show that they were different from the common folk. Brother Yang. Kong Si Ran on the other side also cupped his fists to Yang Kai. Looking over, he glanced at Qin Yu and smiled. Young Lady Qin is also here. Qin Yu naturally recognized him. After all, Kong Si Ran had been based in Maplewood City for half his lifetime. Qin Yu smiled back. Manager Kong, no need to bother with me. I can just go in by myself. As soon as he finished that, Yang Kai suddenly felt a hateful gaze ahead of him. Looking over, Yang Kai saw that Lu Dongzheng was currently glaring coldly at him. His eyes extremely dark, as if Yang Kai had killed his father and taken his wife. Yang Kai smiled back happily, not giving it a second thought. Lu Dongzheng coldly snorted and turned away. Even though their encounter was short, Kong Si Ran and Gu Hong saw the scene bright and clear. Eyes flickering, no one knew what thoughts came to Gu Hong's mind, but he snickered quietly to himself. Kong Si Ran on the other hand was worried and he quietly whispered, Brother Yang, do you have some sort of grudge with Sect Master Lu? It's just a little something. Yang Kai touched his nose. He had killed 3 of his third-order Dao Source Realm disciples, so this was by no means just a small grudge. Kong Si Ran urged. Then you should watch out around him. Lu Dongzheng is the sect master of Broken Mountain Sect and reached the Emperor Realm over 100 years ago. There are even rumors that he is about to break through to the Second-Order Emperor Realm, so he shouldn't be underestimated. Yang Kai cast him a reassuring smile. No matter. I'll be going in first. Kong Si Ran nodded and gestured to the maidservants behind him. Immediately, one of them came over, took the invitation from Yang Kai's hand, and led him into the auction hall. After walking through a bright and spacious corridor, they soon came to a private room. When the door was opened, a spacious room appeared in front of Yang Kai. This room was decorated with utmost luxury, and at least 20 people could be accommodated without it feeling crowded. There was a huge transparent crystal window at the front of the room through which everything in the auction hall could be seen at a glance. Only esteemed guests had the right to use one of these private rooms, and the maidservant clearly knew this, so her attitude was extremely humble and respectful. Sir, if there's anything you need, just ask this maidservant. The maidservant introduced some rules of the auction to Yang Kai before saying in a warm voice, There's nothing we need. You can go out now. It's enough with me here. Qin Yu suddenly spoke up, driving out the maidservant like a fly. The maidservant's smile did not diminish, a sign of her good training as she bowed politely. Then this maidservant will go out first. This maidservant will be waiting outside the door. After saying that, she retreated and gently closed the door of the room behind her. Qin Yu glanced at Yang Kai and found him looking at her with a light smile. Seeing this, she couldn't help but blush and began evading his gaze. Let's have a seat, Yang Kai told her. Then, he found himself a seat and sat down, facing the auction stage outside. If you see anything you like later, don't hesitate to speak up. I'll just be watching for fun, Qin Yu said quietly, but she saw that Yang Kai had already shut his eyes. She couldn't help but pout as she found herself a chair to sit down on. The room was silent for a while, which made Qin Yu feel a little uneasy. She had wanted to ask Yang Kai where he'd been these past few years, and what he'd been doing. But seeing Yang Kai have no interest in talking right now, she also couldn't bring herself to disturb him. Fortunately, the two did not have to wait long before the auction began. A beautiful woman walked onto the stage, dressed in revealing clothes. A deep valley between two grand peaks was exposed to the outside air, while her long, beautiful legs were only faintly hidden beneath a thin fabric dress. There was a charming look in her eyes, and before saying anything, she smiled, instantly rousing the atmosphere in the auction hall. Seeing this caused Qin Yu's face to blush while she secretly scorned this woman. Sneaking a peek at Yang Kai, though, she found that his eyes were still closed, which made her feel a little better. The auction hall was very lively. Due to the high standards of the auction hosted by Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, many Emperor Realm Masters attended. Each item sold at the auction was able to fetch a good price, which the beautiful female auctioneer on the stage smiled unceasingly at. Elixirs and exotic treasures were brought out like a flowing stream. Then in all directions, the sounds of bids being shouted rose and fell. The next item is the Flowing Clouds butterfly hairpin. The beautiful woman on the stage suddenly raised her voice considerably, sweeping across the room with her beautiful eyes. My dear friends who came with female companions, or those intending to prepare a gift for their female partners, please pay special attention here. This mistress guarantees that this will definitely be the best gift for them. No matter how the beautiful woman was dressed, she naturally knew how to attract a higher price as a qualified auctioneer. As soon as she finished speaking, the faces of many attendees filled with interest. After all, they could tell from the name alone that this Flowing Clouds butterfly hairpin was a piece of jewelry. Generally, it was impossible for jewelry to appear at an auction. Only some valuable artifacts were qualified to appear. Many people were curious what sort of accessory this Flowing Clouds butterfly hairpin was, and what sort of qualifications it had to become an auction item. In front of everyone's eyes, a maidservant with a tray walked out from backstage, stopping next to the beautiful auctioneer. The tray was covered by a red cloth, so nobody could see what the auctioned item looked like. Having whetted everyone's appetite enough, the beautiful woman smiled and uncovered the tray. In an instant, an orchid-colored light began to dance up, illuminating the auction stage in an exquisite and beautiful glow. Cries of surprise rang out as many women stared wide-eyed at the stage. Beautiful things had always been very attractive to womenfolk. Once they had a clear look at the item, the women in the audience exclaimed in amazement again. That was because the orchid glow was none other than a dancing butterfly, setting off a beautiful glow each time it flapped its wings, which dazzled all its viewers. After a short while, the butterfly landed on top of a jade-like hairpin, wings still fluttering gently as if it were a living thing. But everyone knew that this butterfly was not a living thing. Instead, it was a specially shaped ornament that existed on the hairpin. The crowd watched in amazement. It wasn't only the women who had longing eyes for the hairpin, as even some men showed their interest in it. If they could buy a piece of jewelry like this and give it to a woman they fancied, it would surely please them. There was even a chance they may be able to achieve something significant with such a gift. This artifact is not just for decoration, right? May I ask what its functions are, if any? A magnetic voice came from inside a private room. This question resounded in everyone's hearts. Even though this Flowing Clouds butterfly hairpin was indeed not bad in terms of appearance, being quite beautiful, the price would definitely be greatly reduced if it was just a normal accessory. Pretty things without much use may be liked by some women, but the ones paying out of their pockets were the men. The beautiful woman on the stage smiled. This is an artifact refined by Grandmaster Ho. How could it possibly be a mere accessory? What? This hairpin is an artifact refined by Grandmaster Ho? Truly. The beautiful woman's words caused everyone to burst into discussion. Exclamations rang through the entire hall, as if this Grandmaster Ho was some amazing character. Yang Kai also opened his eyes and asked curiously, "Who is this Grandmaster Ho?" After getting no reply to his question, he turned his head only to see Qin Yu pursing her red lips tightly, her beautiful eyes staring fixedly at the stage. The fervent expression on her face clearly showed that she was extremely interested in the flowing clouds butterfly hairpin. Yang Kai asked again, and only then did Qin Yu come back to her senses and blushed. Grandmaster Ho is an artifact refining grandmaster that has recently risen up in the past decade. No artifact crafted by his hands is not a high-quality artifact. But what? But Grandmaster Ho keeps a very low profile. No one has ever met him in person, and nobody even knows whether Grandmaster Ho is a man or a woman. So mysterious? Yang Kai raised a brow. Qin Yu smiled. Many good artifacts have appeared in the Southern Territory in the past 10 years that were refined by Grandmaster Ho. Moreover, it seems like he is proficient in refining all kinds of artifacts, whether it be defensive, offensive, or even auxiliary artifacts. Regardless, this Grandmaster Ho is a highly skilled artifact refining Grandmaster recognized by the general public. Yang Kai asked, since no one has ever met him, how do they know that he's the one who refined these artifacts? Qin Yu explained, all the artifacts he refines come with a special mark, a small hidden monkey head. At this moment, the beautiful woman on the stage proclaimed, if you do not believe me, you can check the jade hairpin in this mistress's hand and see whether it stems from Grandmaster Ho's hand. As soon as she said that, countless divine senses swept over from all directions, all of them stopping on the jade hairpin. Yang Kai's divine sense was also part of this wave, and after carefully studying it, he discovered that just as Qin Yu said, there really was a vivid monkey head on the side of the jade hairpin. At a glance, the monkey seemed to look alive, scratching its ears and cheeks. It really is Grandmaster Ho's work. There's no doubt about it. It's even a Dao source-grade high-rank artifact. Very good. This old master will take this artifact. Old Zhou, you're already so advanced in age. What use do you have for this hairpin? Why don't you leave an opportunity to the younger ones? This old master has recently taken a new concubine and would like to give this artifact to her. Do you have any complaints about that? Atop the stage, the beautiful woman ignored the chattering below and spoke. Grandmaster Ho has not refined many artifacts, but each one of them is of superb quality. Even the Emperor artifact refiners in our Chamber of Commerce hold nothing but the highest praise for Grandmaster Ho, and they believe he has already reached the level of an Emperor artifact refiner. I believe that everyone is also very interested to know what kind of artifact this Flowing Clouds butterfly hairpin is. There are only a few types of artifacts, but the accessory artifacts that women generally used were defensive types. There were also offensive types, but there were more of the former than the latter. This Flowing Clouds butterfly hairpin had a beautiful appearance, and if it were a defensive type, then the price would naturally be higher. The beautiful woman did not keep everyone in suspense and smiled lightly as she explained. This jade hairpin is actually neither a defensive nor offensive type. Instead, it is. As she spoke, she pushed her source chi lightly, and the Flowing Clouds butterfly hairpin in her hands suddenly grew bigger, instantly becoming 10 meters across. It looked just like a butterfly that had been enlarged many times over, its giant wings gently fluttering, stirring up an enshrouding glow. Forming seals with her hands, the beautiful woman pushed her source chi again, and the giant butterfly turned into a flowing orchid light that flew a few circles around the auction hall before returning to the stage. A flight-type artifact. The crowd gasped. Everyone was trying to guess what type of artifact this Flowing Clouds butterfly hairpin was, but nobody ever expected it to be a flight-type artifact. If that were true, then its value would be immense. What's more, the speed that it displayed just now was also quite amazing. The beautiful woman continued, without refining it, this mistress can only show off half of this Flowing Clouds butterfly hairpin speed. But through the appraisal of our Chamber of Commerce, while its peak speed may not be able to match an Emperor Realm Master, it is definitely not far behind. It can definitely be used as an escape tool, and of course, the orchid glow of the artifact can also be hidden, so there is no worry about exposing your location. Through all that praise, the beautiful woman's intentions were nothing more than to express that this was a good treasure. And it was indeed a good treasure. Whether it be in appearance or practicality, it was enough to catch the attention of many cultivators. Seeing that she had sufficiently built up everyone's appetite, the female auctioneer finally shouted, the Dao source-grade high-rank flight-type artifact, Flowing Clouds Butterfly Hairpin. The reserve price is 50 million mid-rank source crystals. Each increase must be at least 1 million. Now please. As soon as the beautiful woman's voice sounded, sounds of bids being called rang out. In the blink of an eye, the starting price of 50 mid-rank source crystals rose to 60 and showed no signs of slowing down. In another 10 breaths, the price had already risen to 70 million, then 80 million in 20 breaths. Qin Yu's expression changed. All the joy she had on her face before was swept away, replaced by a look of dismay. She also knew that she was simply unable to compete for such a good thing with her meager financial resources, feeling somewhat powerless when she heard the terrifying price. 80 million mid-rank source crystals. With that many source crystals, one could even afford 4 sapphire entry tokens to Spirit Lake Palace. But compared to the value of this Flowing Clouds butterfly hairpin, 80 million was far from the bottom line. The appearance of this jade hairpin instantly set off a flurry of bidding, but after reaching 80 million, most of the cultivators in the lower hall could no longer participate in the bidding. Only the guests in the private rooms continued to compete. In particular, the old man who announced that he had recently taken a new concubine was extremely quick to bid, and it seemed like he was certain to win. When the price climbed to a shocking 130 million, only 2 competitors continued to call bids, and each bid seemed to be done after much deliberation, not nearly as quickly as before. 141 million. Old Joe, if you can bid higher than this price, then you can have this Flowing Clouds butterfly hairpin. A voice came from one of the private rooms. The old man surnamed Zhou laughed and said, "Since Brother Zhang has such a heart, this old master will naturally accept it." 142 million. You win. The previous Emperor Realm Master sighed faintly and relented. 142 million mid-rank source crystals translated to 1.42 million high-rank source crystals. An Emperor Realm Master could definitely afford such an amount of wealth, but it would also depend on what they were buying. Most would naturally not spend so much on an accessory for a woman. What's more, they were only halfway into the auction, and there were still many good things to come later. If they spent too much now, how could they bid after this? My respects to you. The old man surnamed Zhou laughed and urged towards the stage. Quickly start the countdown. No one else is bidding. The beautiful woman on the stage smiled and looked around. Is anyone else going to raise the bid? If not, 150 million. Yang Kai's voice suddenly sounded. Inside the room, Qin Yu stared dumbfounded at Yang Kai. He had been silent the whole time, so she didn't expect him to speak up at this moment. Who was he planning to buy it for? There was no way he would buy something so expensive for her. So who was it that took up such an important position in his heart? The old man surnamed Zhou's laughter stopped abruptly. Instead, his voice turned furious as he shouted, 160 million! He could originally have taken the hairpin for 142 million, but Yang Kai just had to step in and raise the price, so he was naturally not in a good mood. 170 million! Yang Kai raised the price without even a change in his expression, amazing Qin Yu at the very sight. 180 million! The old man surnamed Zhou shouted. 2 million! As soon as those words came out, the crowd was stunned and the old man surnamed Zhou let out a laugh. Boy, is your mind muddled? 2 million high-rank source crystals. Yang Kai added. The old man surnamed Zhou instantly choked on his mockery. 2 million high-rank source crystals were equivalent in terms of pure energy to 200 million mid-rank source crystals, but in auctions like these, 200 million mid-rank source crystals couldn't be used as a substitute for 2 million high-rank source crystals. In other words, even though there was no theoretical difference between these 2 million high-rank source crystals and 200 million mid-rank source crystals, the former had a far greater value than the latter. The old man surnamed Zhou would have to pay in high-rank source crystals if he wanted to raise the price again. As such, he instantly fell silent. With a charming smile on her face, the beautiful auctioneer gazed towards Yang Kai's room and said, 2 million high-rank source crystals from our friend in room A3. Is there any higher bid? Naturally, no one raised the price. It had to be known that the 12th order low-rank monster core that Yang Kai sold to Violet Source Chamber of Commerce was only worth 2 million high-rank source crystals, So the worth of this flowing clouds butterfly hairpin was more or less the same as that of a 12th order low-rank monster core. But this was not something that just anyone could get their hands on. Congratulations to our friend from room A3. The beautiful woman smiled. Though, she was filled with suspicion when she heard Xianxia's rather unfamiliar voice. She had no idea when such an important customer had arrived at their Chamber of Commerce. The A-block private rooms were not available to ordinary cultivators, and from the fact that this unknown man could occupy a room as high up as room A3, it was not hard to imagine that he must be a very distinguished guest. Just after Xianxia opened his mouth to bid, in another of the A-block rooms, Ludong Zheng's eyes went cold. He naturally recognized Xianxia's voice thanks to their previous interactions, so he was currently directing a hostile gaze towards the direction of room A3, feeling a burst of anger welling up in his heart. He was already considered a big customer of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, but even with his status, he could only sit in room A9. What skill or ability did this youngster have in order to occupy room A3? After pondering for a short time, he spoke to the maidservant kneeling nearby. "Tell Manager Gu to come see me." "Yes." The maidservant rose and walked out of the room. A few moments later, Gu Hong knocked on the door and entered, cupping his fists. "Sect Master Lu. What can this little one help your distinguished self with?" Lu Dongzhang said. "The man from room A3, what kind of person is he?" Gu Hong was stunned and answered with some difficulty. "Why does Sect Master Lu ask?" Sect Master Lu should also know about the Chamber of Commerce's rules. Even though this Gu is a manager, he is in no way allowed to disclose information about our customers. Lu Dongzhang smiled. "There are always exceptions, are there not?" Gu Hong answered. "That is somewhat difficult, Sect Master Lu." Lu Dongzhang frowned. He had been doing business with Gu Hong for so many years, and they knew of each other's natures, so he knew that this Gu Hong was no honorable man. Sighing, he spoke. "I'll be frank with you. This old master has a grudge with that little brat." Gu Hong was curious. "What has he done to offend Sect Master Lu?" Lu Dongzhang coldly snorted. "It would be fine if he had just offended me, but 3 of my third-order Dao Source Realm disciples died at his hands. One of them even happened to be a descendant of this old master." "What?" Gu Hong was shocked. Thinking to himself it only made sense for Lu Dongzhang to inquire about this man's information. It turned out there was a deep grudge between them. Lu Dongzhang continued, "Manager Gu, you saw it yourself. That boy didn't hesitate to make such an astonishing bid. So he must be extremely wealthy. If I can take him down, then I'm sure to get a handsome profit out of it. How about a 30% share for Manager Gu when the time comes?" Gu Hong wore a bitter look on his face. "Sect Master Lu, it's not that this Gu is unwilling to help. 50%! This. Gu Hong pretended to think for a while before striking his thigh. "Sect Master Lu, this Gu is not too clear about his origins, but he suddenly appeared yesterday in the branch. Prior to this Gu had never seen him. It seems like Manager Gu is unwilling to help this old master with this favor. Fine. This old master won't come to the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce to do business anymore in the future." Lu Dongzhang coldly snorted. Gu Hong smiled bitterly. "Sect Master Lu, although I don't know his origins, this Gu can inform Sect Master Lu about his whereabouts, and when he leaves the auction later." Lu Dongzhang's eyes flickered as he nodded. "In that case, this old master will offer his gratitude to Manager Gu." Rubbing his hands, Gu Hong asked, "About the 50% that Sect Master Lu mentioned before. It will definitely be yours." Lu Dongzhang waved his hand. "Then many thanks to Sect Master Lu. This Gu will wish for Sect Master Li's absolute victory in battle." After leaving the room, a cold glint appeared in Gu Hong's eyes. "Don't blame me for this, boy, but you need to disappear for my future." After Xianxia appeared yesterday, he clearly noticed that Branch President Lu Qi's attitude towards him had grown much colder, and he had become more enthusiastic with Kang Si-ran. After remembering what happened when Xianxia came to the branch, how could Gu Hong not realize that he must have negotiated a big deal with Kang Si-ran? What's more, this deal most likely totaled to an unimaginable sum for such a dramatic shift in attitude to occur. Only with that would he be able to help Kong Si Ran overturn his luck. If Kong Si Ran managed to turn his fortunes around, then Gu Hong would become the unfortunate one. Someone had to be transferred away from this branch, and if Kong Si Ran remained, Gu Hong would definitely be transferred. But if Yang Kai died, Kong Si Ran would lose his support, and then he naturally would have nothing more to fear. In room A3, a maidservant brought over the Flowing Clouds butterfly hairpin, and Yang Kai paid 2 million high-rank source crystals before taking the jade hairpin in his hands and fiddling with it. Even though he hadn't refined it, and could not appreciate the full capabilities of this Flowing Clouds butterfly hairpin, Yang Kai could tell that this jade hairpin had been crafted with utmost care and was a rare artifact. On closer inspection, the monkey face on the side seemed even more vivid and lifelike. After taking a careful look at it, Yang Kai tossed the jade hairpin towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu was still recovering from her shock and caught it in a flustered manner, only to stare back at Yang Kai in astonishment. "A small gift for you," Yang Kai said. Then he shut his eyes and continued to meditate. "For me?" Holding the jade hairpin in her hand, Qin Yu's heart froze as if it had been struck by lightning and her cheeks burned up. She was wondering just a moment ago which woman occupied such an important position in Yang Kai's heart that he was willing to spend 2 million high-rank source crystals to buy a mere hairpin for them. But now that hairpin suddenly landed in her hands. Did Big Brother Yang buy this for me? Do I really occupy such an important position in his heart? Qin Yu couldn't help but let her thoughts run wild as she looked timidly at Yang Kai, only to have the flames in her heart instantly doused with cold water. She could see that Yang Kai's eyes were closed, as if what he just gave her was not a flight-type artifact worth 2 million high-rank source crystals, but a trinket he found in a street stall somewhere. "Big Brother Yang, this is far too expensive." Qin Yu calmed herself and quickly refused. This hairpin was purchased for 2 million high-rank source crystals, an enormous sum for her Qin family. She and Yang Kai were neither kin nor lovers, so how could she accept such a heavy gift from him? While saying that, she handed the jade hairpin back to him. Yang Kai opened his eyes. "You really don't want it?" Qin Yu bit her lip and shook her head. This hairpin cost too much. She simply couldn't accept it. Yang Kai laughed. "If you don't want it, there's no use for me even if I take it back." Qin Yu lowered her head and muttered, "Big Brother Yang can give it to a woman he likes. No matter who it is, I'm sure they'll be happy." "But I've already given it to you first," Yang Kai said. "But I'm not." Qin Yu's voice grew even quieter. Yang Kai told her, "I've been using your Qin family's myriad sword for so long, and it has aided me in many great battles. Just take this hairpin as my thank you gift to the Qin family. You don't have to let it trouble you." "It's not the same." Qin Yu shook her head. Why would someone gift a piece of jewelry to someone they were not close with? And a piece that was so valuable at that? "Then I can only return the myriad sword to your Qin family," Yang Kai said with a serious face. "Don't." Qin Yu quickly shook her head. Even though the myriad sword belonged to the Qin family, it was a genuine emperor artifact, and there was no way the Qin family would be capable of guarding it. It was fortunate that Qin Zhaoyang let Yang Kai take away the myriad sword back then, for if it really had remained in the Qin family, it would have already brought them incredible danger. Qin Yu was stunned, but somehow, she felt much more relaxed. It seemed that the 2 million high-rank source crystals, which was an enormous amount to the Qin family, was nothing to Yang Kai. In other words, what he gave her was not considered something particularly valuable to him, but just a simple thank you gift. Thinking about it that way, Qin Yu felt a little relieved. Then, "Thank you, Big Brother Yang." Holding the jade hairpin in the palm of her hands, Qin Yu thanked him. "This may just be a simple thank you gift in your eyes, but to me this is the most valuable gift I have ever received, and it has nothing to do with the price." The auction continued. After the shocking price the Flowing Clouds butterfly hairpin was able to sell for, the atmosphere had grown even more fervent. It seemed like everyone's competitive spirit was stirred up, and the price of each item steadily climbed. An hour later, the auction was drawing to a close. After a short break, the beautiful auctioneer came back onto the stage and said with great enthusiasm, "The next item on the auction will be the finale of tonight, The great soaring black dragon armor. As soon as she said that, she made a gesture with her hand, and at once, two strong men walked out from backstage carrying a fine metal box, trudging step by step towards the auction stage, seemingly requiring arduous effort just to walk steadily. In an instant, thousands of eyes were focused on the stage, and the breaths of many suddenly quickened in the dark. This great souring black dragon armor had been announced by Violet Source Chamber of Commerce for this auction 3 months ago. It was also for that reason that many Emperor Realm Masters who had their eyes on this great soaring black dragon armor attended the auction today. It was safe to say that this one piece of artifact armor was worth more than all the previous auction items added together. Hong. When the two strong men put the box on the ground, it issued a dull thud as it landed on the stage, as if this great soaring black dragon armor was extremely heavy. Many people were astonished, but they all knew that as long as they were able to refine it, then even the heaviest of artifact armors would become as light as air. Otherwise, the weight alone would be enough to greatly diminish the value of the great soaring black dragon armor. In the auction hall, many people were waiting with bated breath. Countless divine senses swept in from all directions towards the stage, clamoring to get the first look of the finale item. An Emperor artifact in itself was already extremely valuable, let alone a defensive-type Emperor artifact. What's more, this was actually an Emperor-grade mid-rank artifact armor. But to everyone's regret, the box that seemed to be made of heavy metal actually blocked the probing of divine sense, so the efforts of the crowd were met with no results. On the stage, the beautiful woman looked around with a smile for a moment before speaking. This artifact armor was not refined by a contemporary artifact refining grandmaster, but was actually found in an ancient cave mansion. It is a very old item, and was chanced upon by a friend who sent it to our Chamber of Commerce for auction. When the crowd heard this, many of them had looks of envy on their faces. It wasn't uncommon to find ancient cave mansions in the star boundary, but not everyone could encounter them. Even if somebody were to find one, there was a chance the spirit arrays inside would trap or even kill them, so obtaining treasures from such a place was always a risky prospect. To be able to find an ancient cave mansion and leave unharmed, even obtaining a treasure of this level from within, one could imagine how great that person's luck was. Why aren't I as lucky as that? Everyone was asking themselves with gritted teeth. If they could have such a fortuitous encounter, then they probably wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources for several lifetimes. Due to its age, though this artifact armor may be mid-rank, it has some flaws. The auction hall instantly fell silent at the beautiful woman's words. After a while, a voice came from one of the A-block rooms. May I ask what sort of flaws it has? Many Emperor Realm Masters came specifically for this set of artifact armor. Previously, Violet Source Chamber of Commerce advertised that they will have an Emperor-grade mid-rank artifact armor for auction. But now, this beautiful woman was telling them that this artifact armor had some kind of defect. Xianxia was also stunned as Kong Si-Ran had never told him about this. But with his relationship with Kong Si-Ran, Xianxia was certain the former would not have hidden such a fact from him if he had known about it beforehand. In other words, even Kong Si-Ran did not know about this secret. After some thought, however, Xianxia relaxed. Even though it may have some flaws, it was still an Emperor-grade mid-rank artifact armor. There was no need for them to be too specific while they were promoting their auction. They just had to attract visitors. At this moment, the beautiful woman smiled. You will all know in a moment. Now, let us invite Vice President Luo over to test the might of this artifact armor. As she gestured to her back, a somewhat short figure quickly walked out from backstage. It was Lu Qi who had been keeping watch over the auction the whole time. Lu Qi walked over to the beautiful woman's side and cupped his fists to the guests in the hall. Then, without a word, he condensed his Emperor Qi and pointed a finger towards the metal case. Following a noise breaking through the air, thumbnail-sized pieces of armor began flying out of the iron box, moving towards Lu Qi's body in a chain like a black dragon. In a clatter, the thumbnail-sized pieces of armor covered Lu Qi in a very orderly manner. Stitching together in a strict pattern, the pieces formed a black artifact armor that covered from his neck down to his feet. With the armor on, Lu Qi's aura suddenly became extremely fierce and awe-inspiring like a god of war. His first-order Emperor realm cultivation even seemed to have been enhanced by the armor, which dumbfounded the auction attendees. From its appearance, the artifact armor did not look too heavy. Rather, it looked quite light. Lu Qi was also moving nimbly on the stage without the joints affecting him in any way. But the crowd could see very clearly that even though the artifact armor basically covered his entire body, there was a certain plate-sized gap on his abdomen. It didn't look like the artifact armor had been designed like this. Rather, it seemed to be missing a piece, as if this artifact armor had suffered a serious blow at some point, causing the piece which protected one's lower abdomen to be lost. This great soaring black dragon armor used to be a complete set, but unfortunately, part of it is missing for reasons unknown, the beautiful woman explained. Is this armor even useful with such a large piece missing? Someone asked. The beautiful woman smiled. The techniques of the ancient artifact refining grandmasters are too foreign to us, so repairing this artifact armor is not possible. However, although the armor looks quite damaged, it still retains most of its defensive power. Of course, though the artifact armor is technically Emperor-grade mid-rank, the defensive power it can offer is only a bit higher than Emperor-grade low-rank. While the woman spoke, Lu Qi suddenly let out a quick shout, and the black armor on his body made a clinking noise before flying off from his body. Piece by piece, it hovered in mid-air, reuniting and reforming in its completed shape. Lu Qi then lifted his hand, and a heavy and yellowed ancient book appeared in his palm. Unified ceremonial record, someone exclaimed. This object that resembled an ancient book in appearance was Lu Qi's Emperor artifact, the Unified Ceremonial Record. Luo Qi pushed his Emperor Qi into the Unified Ceremonial Record and caused 2 rays of light to shoot out, one black, one white. These yin and yang beams of light shot towards the artifact armor in the air. The immense power fluctuations caused everyone to pale. Nobody had any doubts that if these 2 rays of light were to be shot towards an unprepared Emperor Realm Master, they may kill instantly. With a rumble, the rays of light struck the black armor, but only a spark came of it. The surface of the black armor was still glistening with a dark sheen, completely unharmed. The beautiful woman spoke at that time, raising her voice considerably. Through the joint appraisal of our Chamber of Commerce's Grandmasters, we have determined that this set of armor is refined from the scales of an adult black flood dragon. Even though flood dragons are common in the star boundary, black flood dragons are extremely rare creatures known for their amazing defensive strength. This great soaring black dragon armor is made from the scales of such a black flood dragon, and its defense cannot be compared to any ordinary Emperor artifact. This artifact can definitely save one's life at critical moments. It's made from the scales of a black flood dragon? Flood dragons have the bloodline of the dragon clan. Doesn't that mean that the scales of an adult black flood dragon would also have some draconic nature? Sure enough, this is a good thing. It may be good, but the price. There was a bustle under the stage for a while. The beautiful woman's smile deepened as she waited a while before announcing, Great soaring black dragon armor. Reserve price, 10 million high-rank source crystals. There are no limits on the increase. Please feel free to bid. As soon as those words came out, everyone drew a sharp breath. Previously, the most expensive item sold in the auction was a bottle of Emperor-grade spirit pills that went for 6 million high-rank source crystals. But now, the starting price of this great soaring black dragon armor actually turned out to be 10 million high-rank source crystals. It was not hard to imagine how terrifying its final price would be. The starting price alone was enough to deter 99% of people from bidding. Only the well-prepared Emperor Realm Masters were itching with excitement. Even though 10 million high-rank source crystals was a lot, Lu Qi's demonstration earlier showed everyone that this armor did not even scratch under the attack of a first-order Emperor Realm Master. With an artifact armor like this, one could become almost invincible in front of a first-order Emperor Realm Master. They may even be able to hold out against a second-order Emperor Realm Master for a short time. Nobody wanted to miss out on something as good as this, but they also worried about the fierce competition that was waiting ahead of them. Nobody wanted to be the one to poke their head out and make the first bid. Everyone wanted to get a feel for the competition before making their move, so for a while, the auction hall fell silent. The beautiful woman who stood on the stage simply smiled as brightly as before, not at all in a hurry. After hosting so many auctions, she knew what these people were thinking. Even though the great soaring black dragon armor had defects, it was still a rare treasure that would certainly be sold for a great sum. The silence only persisted for 10 breaths before someone's voice finally rang out, 20 million! The Emperor Realm Masters who were still waiting to see what would happen were all startled and looked towards the source of the voice. The voice came from room A3, from the same man who won the Flowing Clouds butterfly hairpin earlier. In an instant, the faces of many people went dark while some even cursed the person in room A3 in their hearts. What was he trying to do by raising the price of something from 10 million to 20 million all at once? Even if he was rich, he shouldn't be so uncouth. Or perhaps he was hired by the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce? People like him were common in many auctions, their task to inflate the price of auction items and to stir up the competitive emotions of the bidders in order to squeeze more profit out of them. With that thought in mind, some people immediately believed that the man in room A3 was a plant. Inside room A3, Qianyu was covering her red lips with both hands as she stared in shock at Yang Kai. Big brother Yang, those are high-rank source crystals. She was worried that Yang Kai did not understand the starting price and mistook it for mid-rank or low-rank source crystals, so she quickly tried to remind him in case he would not be able to take back his bid later. I know. Yang Kai nodded and smiled lightly at her. Qianyu was stunned for a time before she remembered what he said to her when he gifted her the Flowing Clouds butterfly hairpin. It turned out that 2 million high-rank source crystals really was nothing in his eyes. That little bastard. Boy, you should mind your manners. Brat, do you dare tell us your name? This old master would like to see whose disciple you are. The Emperor Realm Masters in the private rooms were also riled up at this moment and began to curse and shout. Inside room A9, Lu Dongzheng's eyes almost popped out in shock as well. He already had the idea that Yang Kai was rich when he spent 2 million high-rank source crystals on the Flowing Clouds butterfly hairpin earlier, and if he really managed to kill him, then he would definitely gain a lot. Still, he never thought that Yang Kai was rich to this extent. He had called a price of 20 million high-rank source crystals so casually, so what was his bottom line? 30 million? 40 million? Regardless, he definitely had a lot of high-rank source crystals on hand. Good. 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 What a blessing for my Broken Mountain sect. Lu Dongzheng suddenly laughed. The richer Yang Kai was, the happier he was. As long as he could kill Yang Kai, then all that wealth would belong to him. As for Gu Hong, he could just toss him some spare change. What 50%? That was simply a fool's dream. You old ghosts, you still dare come to an auction even without the means to compete? Miss, I suggest disqualifying them from the auction and driving them out, lest they tarnish the reputation of the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai was also not pleased with the scolding and shouted to the beautiful woman on the stage. The beautiful woman heard this and frowned. Please, are you here for the auction or to quarrel? If you are here to curse at others, then this mistress must ask you to stop interfering with the progress of our auction. As soon as she said that, the Emperor Realm Masters went silent, not daring to start any more trouble.